I know symptom called hepatitis because there's a time my own mother have hepatitis, 1985. At we treated her at Mother of Christ. He want to deliver the baby. Along the line, when you deliver the baby, there comes hepatitis. The one that if you have the sickness, your eyes will be yellow. So it nearly killed my mother that time. But by the God's grace, we cured her the sickness. That's when I come across of hepatitis.
It's a general disease. Yeah, one Uche from Bakaleke. I'm the one that took him to UNTH, 140 bedded. Eventually, he died based on this disease, this hepatitis.
I have no idea, but I have seen somebody that had the disease. The color of the eyes is very bad, reddish, yellow, and the person is too tiny. He doesn't eat. He doesn't like anything water, and the eyes is not even yellow but greenish color. I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said that it's hepatitis. That the injection that he's supposed to take is too costly. That the parents could not avoid it. And I told him to stop smoking with people. Oh. Anything smoke, don't do it because we are going down. He said, okay. After that, the boy felt down at the road because of that sickness. So everybody was thinking that the boy is dead. He is dead. Later he wake up and start with it. So that is the only thing I know about it.
Actually, I've been hearing about hepatitis and all that, but I've not seen somebody that have contacted that kind of disease and all that. I don't know. I can't say much about it because I've not.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Our sincere apologies for that break. Welcome back. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has commenced distribution of relief items to persons affected by the 2024 floods in 3 communities in Kaduna South local government area of Kaduna State. Northwest Zonal Coordinator of the agency, Imam Gariki, said during the distribution exercise in Kaduna that the gesture was to reduce the suffering of the victims. Beneficiaries of the food and non-food items were from Tudun, Numpawa, Tudun Wada, and Angowa Muazu communities. The food items consisted of rice, maize, vegetable oil, seasoning cubes, salt, spaghetti, tomato paste, and beverages, while the non-food items were cement, roofing sheets, and nails. Gariki noted that although the palliative would not solve all the problems of the victims, it will cushion the effect of a disaster. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission says it is the responsibility of electricity distribution companies to replace faulty meters free of charge. Commission in a public notice said it's aware that some discos have instructed customers to apply and pay for replacement of faulty and obsolete meters within the franchise areas, which it says contravenes the Commission's order on the structured replacement of faulty and obsolete end-use consumer meters and Nigerian electricity supply industry. The order, it explains, states that no customer with a meter should be forcefully migrated to estimated billing, since it is the responsibility of a DISCO to replace faulty and obsolete meters free of charge, provided that the fault was not caused by the customer. Commission restates its commitment to protect customers' interests and rights by ensuring compliance with established regulatory standards and enforcing regulatory penalties for non-compliance by its licenses. This follows the recent directive of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, to Ikeja and Iko electric city distribution companies to immediately cease all activities related to the planned replacement of Unistar meters that may be flooded. The Commission stated that Ikeja and Iko discos cannot proceed with the withdrawal or replacement of Unistar meters unless they fully comply with next order and structured replacement of faulty and obsolete end-user customer meters in the Nigerian electricity supply industry. The Cross River State government is planning to generate about 120 megawatts from combined sources in a bid to ensure steady and reliable power supply across the country. State Commissioner for Power Eka Williams, who made the disclosure in Calabar on Tuesday, listed the sources of energy to include compressed natural gas, CNG, hydro, windmill, biomass, and solar. Williams said that the state already had 2 power plants with a combined installed capacity of 49 megawatts, and that the government had concessioned 1 of the plants at Tinapa, which had an installation capacity of 26 megawatts. He commended the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission for allowing states to generate their own power, saying the government of Cross River is working to isolate itself from the national grid by investing more in its own power generation. The Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Sheikh Mohammed, has directed the immediate clampdown on the proliferation of fake diplomatic and other unauthorized number plates on vehicles plying Nigerian roads. Mohammed issued the directive in a statement issued by the Corps Public Education Officer Olusegun Ogungbemide in Abuja on Tuesday. Said that these identified number plates were fraudulently produced by suspected criminals and they were neither produced by any of the production plants of the FRSC in the country, nor issued by the motor licensing authorities of states. The FRSC boss said that the initiative had become necessary in line with the administration's approach towards contributing to enhancing national security. He warned members of the public who are presently using such vehicle identifications to immediately discontinue the use of a fake and unauthorized plates as the faulters were prosecuted. The FRSC boss said that the Corps will collaborate with other security agencies to uncover the sources of fake number plates for necessary apprehension and protection and prosecution. The U.S. government, through the United States Agency for International Development, has announced a strategic partnership of $3.5 million with Nigeria's private sector to strengthen the nation's creative industry. The partnership with Ascend Studios, tagged the Africa Creative Blueprint, will strengthen Nigerian youth with skills and resources needed to elevate them to the international stage. Ascend Studios is a Nigerian creative industry organization providing capacity building, mentorship, social, educational, and economic empowerment to women and youth to propel Nigeria's creative sector. The partnership is expected to catalyze additional funding to strengthen Nigeria's burgeoning Nollywood industry with additional partners such as Paramount Nigeria, Venture Garden Group, a renowned music executive. USAID noted that while Nigeria's film industry had achieved global recognition, it was still facing structural challenges that were hindering its full economic and creative potential. It also noted the key areas for improvement to include expanding film distribution channels, enhancing production quality through advanced equipment, developing stronger screenwriting and story development practices, and reinforcing intellectual property protections. According to USAID, addressing these gaps will enable the creative sector to capture a broader audience and support more revenue streams for filmmakers. The agency further stated that the training will take place across 6 Nigerian cities: Lagos, Abuja, ENUGU, Kano, Benin, and Asaba, ensuring wide-reaching access to its unique development opportunity. Members of the United Nations Security Council called on Monday for a surge in assistance to reach people in need in Gaza, warning that the situation in the Palestinian enclave was getting worse. British Foreign Secretary David Lammy said there needs to be a huge rise in aid to Gaza, where most of a population of 2.3 million people have been displaced.
The situation is devastating and frankly beyond comprehension, and it's getting worse, not better. Winter's here. Famine is imminent. And 400 days into this war, it is totally unacceptable that it's harder than ever to get aid into Gaza.
Also speaking, U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, told the Security Council that Washington was closely watching Israel's actions to improve the situation for Palestinians and engaging with the Israeli government every day.
Israel must also urgently take additional steps to alleviate the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. The United States has been specific about what exactly Israel must do to improve the situation for Palestinian civilians. We're closely tracking Israel's actions in this regard and engaging with its leaders every single day. We need to see all steps fully implemented and sustained. And we need to see concrete improvement in the humanitarian situation on the ground. That includes Israel allowing commercial trucks to move into Gaza alongside humanitarian assistance. This is crucial to avoiding famine. We also need Israel to address persistent lawlessness so that the hundreds of trucks of aid arriving at crossing points into Gaza can reach people in need.
Administration concluded this month that Israel was not currently impeding assistance to Gaza and therefore not violating U.S. law, even as Washington acknowledged the humanitarian situation remained dire in the Palestinian enclave. The assessment came after the U.S., in an October 13 letter, gave Israel a list of steps to take within 30 days to address the worsening situation in Gaza, warning that a failure to do so may have possible consequences on U.S. military aid to Israel. Thomas Greenfield said Israel was working to implement 12 of 15 steps. On the other hand, the UN coordinator for the Middle East peace process, Tor Wennesland, said humanitarian agencies face a challenging and dangerous operational environment in Gaza and access restrictions that hindered their work.
The humanitarian situation in Gaza as winter begins is catastrophic, particularly developments in the north of Gaza with a large scale and near total displacement of the population and widespread destructions and clearing of land amidst what looks like a disturbing disregard for international humanitarian law. The current conditions are among the worst we have seen during the entire war and are not set to improve.
U.S. President Joe Biden pledged on Monday a $4 billion U.S. contribution to the World Bank's International Development Association, IDA fund, for the world's poorest countries. Biden announced the U.S. pledge during his final address to the Group of 20 G20 summit in Rio. Concerned whether new missiles will be concerned, whether new missiles will be delivered to Ukraine. AMs, some of which have a range of 300 kilometers, could now strike several Russian airfields. The decision to authorize the strikes only after months of Ukrainian lobby follows a pattern repeated throughout the war, as the Biden administration tried to balance its support for Ukraine with concern about escalation.
How many missiles will we have? Will there be new missiles? What type of missiles are we talking about? There are a lot of open questions. What does this give the defense forces, the armed forces of Ukraine? It's definitely not a golden bullet, it's definitely not a miracle weapon, but it surely enhances the capabilities of our defense forces. The distance at which the ATACMS, Army Tactical Missile Systems, can operate, in the version of 300 kilometers, 186 miles, offers a sufficiently large number of stationary targets. If we just talk about stationary targets, I believe there are about 200 to 250 targets, of which at least 15 are airfields. U.S. President Joe Biden still feels, if not complacency, then certain obligations to Ukraine. He was restrained during the pre-election campaign. What he believed to be extremely drastic moves were not supposed to hurt the Democrats' chances. But now that the election has already taken place, and the Democrats have lost everything they could lose, at least at this stage, you can't hold back. And basically, I think he may have thought his hands were free. It is difficult to say how Russia will react. In my opinion, they have no particular counterarguments against this. Moreover, I will remind you that they also consider the occupied Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions to be their territory. The fact that the rest of the civilized world does not think so doesn't stop the Russians. That is, de facto, from their point of view, strikes on Russian territory have already taken place. And no extraordinary events happened after that.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
I know symptom called hepatitis because there's a time my own mother have hepatitis, 1985. We treated her at Mother of Christ. He want to deliver the baby. Along the line, when you deliver the baby, there comes hepatitis. The one that if you have the sickness, your eyes will be yellow. So it nearly killed my mother that time. But by the God's grace, we cured her the sickness. That's when I come across of hepatitis.
It's a general disease. Yeah, one Uche from Bakaleke. I'm the one that took him to UNTH, 140 bedded. Eventually, he died based on this disease, this hepatitis.
I have no idea, but I have seen somebody that had the disease. The color of the eyes is very bad, reddish, yellow, and the person is too tiny. He doesn't eat. He doesn't like anything water, and the eyes is not even yellow but greenish color. I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said that it's hepatitis. That the injection that he's supposed to take is too costly. That the parents could not avoid it. And I told him to stop smoking with people. Anything smoke, don't do it because you are going down. He said, okay. After that, the boy felt down at the road because of that sickness. So everybody was thinking that the boy is dead. Later he wake up and start walking. So that is the only thing I know about it.
Actually, I've been hearing about hepatitis and all that, but I've not seen somebody that have contracted that kind of disease and all that. I don't know. I can't say much about it because I've not had any person that have suffered from that. One thing I disagree from, I think I always disagree is that government all the time. We must not wait for government for everything. If it is something we can do that is within our reach, let's start from it, from ourselves before we ask the one that we cannot handle. If it is something that is communicable, what it means is that if you know how to avoid it, if somebody has that kind of disease, should be taken care of so that it will not be spread out to others, not waiting for the government to do it. Government will not come to your house to do such for you. But in other side of it, we still want experts, good hospitals where those people can be taken care of. Then let me use our state as an example. We have a Parkland there. So if there's a particular unit that is in charge of taking care of those people, I suggest they should equip it, give them the right equipment and medicine, drugs that can be used to treat such.
There is a need for sensitization. People supposed to know about this hepatitis. I know that they have hepatitis A and B. So you have to go and sensitize people about the dangers of this ailment so that they should avoid it, because they can contact it from another people, friends, relations, So there is a need to go and tell people more about the disease so that they can avoid it.
back. This is welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV, and I'm your baby girl, Queen Smokunta. We have interesting stories today, and of course, today is Tuesday, which happens to be our celebrity pick for the week. Today also happens to be International Men's Day. But of course, I'm not doing the show alone today. I'm here with my very demure, very pretty, very cute
Very mindful, amazing. Yeah, keep
Liomi and
keep it going.
Calm down a bit. Okay, so yeah, we'll be doing this show together. We have stories, we have intriguing guests. We're talking about models, of course. Adeshina has been trending for the past 4 days. But let's delve into the stories of the week. Nollywood star Dayo Musa has joyfully welcomed her first child in the United States. The news was announced by Seun Olo Ketuyi, founder of Born Awards, in an Instagram post reading, Dayo Musa delivers baby in the USA. Congratulations. The announcement, the actress shared her excitement on her own Instagram page, writing, Alhamdulahi, my treasure has arrived. It's a boy. Fans and colleagues have flooded her page with warm wishes for her and her newborn doll of joy. Why did I even have to break it like that? But of course, I'm happy for her.
Yes.
You know the whole vibe and energy of going into the labor room. Okay.
Hey, wait, I don't know the whole vibe and energy. Please.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Disclaimer.
Disclaimer. Okay, we know the whole story.
That we hear,
yes. When you go into the labor room and the whole crying and shouting, and at the end of the day, you came out with your bundle of joy alive. It's something to celebrate.
Yes.
And she
Childbirth
said
is always something to celebrate.
Do you understand? So a big congratulations to her. What do you think?
Yeah, congrats. Like, it's amazing. I remember seeing a news where someone was, like, there were some pictures circulating about, like, the baby, like some pictures of the baby. She now had to come out and be like, please, oh, that's not my baby. I beg. Like, if you see our Instagram post, she now put the picture of the baby.
Yes.
Now was like, thank you,
You know
Jesus.
how fake stories and fake pictures can actually fly. So people are always faster than their shadow. Trust social media in-laws.
But big congrats to actress Dayo Amusa. Congrats. It's so amazing to have children. Like, to hear that, okay, more children are coming. Because, you know, childbirth is always a thing of joy. Yeah. Like, we heard of Banky W and his wife welcoming their second child. Now we're hearing another child. It's just so sweet. It's just so sweet.
We'll get there, so, but yeah, big congratulations.
Yes.
Big congratulations. Children are blessings from God.
True.
Okay.
So the Nigerian singer Kiss Daniel has called on fellow musicians to prioritize their artistry over chasing chart-topping hits. The Buga crooner took to social media to stress that streaming numbers don't always reflect real impact, saying, leave social media algorithms, focus on your craft, stop chasing #1 songs. Kiss Daniel clarified that he wasn't shading anyone, but wanted to encourage up-and-coming artists to release their music without fear. While acknowledging the use of marketing tactics like boosting streams, he noted such strategies are best suited for new entrants trying to establish a foothold in the industry. Kiss Daniel wrote, farming isn't a crime, it's marketing. For placements and all, but now who get the money? We ain't shading anybody here. Una start, just try push the new generation to drop those hidden gems. I won't learn.
You know, actually second him. Yeah. Because we know that music is a talent. Okay. And most times we only listen to beats and not lyrics. Okay. And people that most times stream some music, they're streaming it because of the beat. And because, oh, this guy is already trending, and just like when you hear Davido has dropped new song, You get, and we all know that Davido is that person that gives the Afrobeat or hip hop vibe and energy in his music. Even everything that has to do with his song has to do with hip hop and Afrobeat, and he gives the best jam for it. You get. So now he's trying to tell you that work on the talent, which is the singing, whatever that comes out of your mouth. Let your algorithm be placed on that, because we know that all these platforms where we get to stream this music, while you stream their music, they're making money.
Yes, true.
And we've had a guest here that spoke about, because he's a producer, and he has spoken about business in music, how you can actually push your music. They pay for these things. They pay for distributions. They pay for marketing. Because you think if you drop song today, your song will trend tomorrow.
No.
You have to, there are things you have to put in place for you to get to that top chart and make people to like want to listen to it. Before you know it, it's already trending on TikTok.
Yes, I think that's why they started those dance challenges.
Do you understand? Because these are things that up and coming artists learn, so that they won't think that because you're trending on TikTok, you've actually left a footprint. You have to work on the crafts in it. Like, whatever you're singing should be meaningful, because we all know that Kiss Daniel's songs are not meaningless. If you cool down and listen to Kiss Daniel's lyrics, there are things to think about inside it. His lyrics are always something to, this guy they sing, wait till make it never reach Grammy, wait till make, do you understand? So I feel there are certain levels to these things, and there are certain things they do. He's only coming to give an advice that if we continue like this, up and coming artists will only think about
how to promote the music,
and not leaving a footprint on the quality of their music. That's just basically what he's trying to say there.
Yeah, I really like the way you analyzed this. Please don't feel yourself too much. What's all this? So I really love the way you analyze it. And truthfully, there's been a lot of focus on promotions and especially TikTok dance challenges.
Honestly,
it seems like if your song has not been used
on TikTok,
you
are not a musician any longer, which is not good.
And there's some people that their songs are not necessarily like used in such a way, like, and they are winning Grammys. They are doing what they are doing. Do you understand? So I kind of agree.
It is what it is. The truth is, any statement, someone has to say it. One person has to say it.
True.
All right, so moving forward, 1 year after welcoming their first child, Nigerian singer Johnny Drill and his wife Rima have shown the world that their adorable daughter Amaris looks like, commemorating her first birthday. Singer Johnny Drill and his wife Rima have celebrated their daughter's Amaris' first birthday with an adorable family photo shoot. Sharing the heartwarming pictures on Instagram, Drill expressed gratitude, writing, "1 year ago, you made us parents, and our hearts have never been fuller. Happy first birthday to our sweet little angel, Amaris." Fans poured love and prayers for the couple and their daughter, with many captivated by the charming photos of the happy family. I don't know.
Sweet pictures. And I just have to say that this baby looks like her mother.
Really?
It's not somebody. She looks so much like her mother.
Very adorable.
It's as if Johnny Drill jeans did not even try.
You feel for this one, girl. You took 0.
So beautiful.
But at a point, I was like, does it mean that his recent music with Don Jazzy? Okay, no, it's not. You know that's his new song now that he was singing. The chorus is, "I love you anyway." So I was like, okay, no. I don't think it's dedicated to his daughter. You understand? It's just basically about love and how to grow in love. But anyways, happy birthday to his first child. You know.
And when I think of how, like, suddenly we heard about that he was married, like there was no news before that. He just suddenly came out. And like,
secretive celebrity I've ever seen.
He can be very private, and I really like that about him as well. I like the fact that he knows when to keep his
private life private.
Exactly.
Because we, the social media in-laws, we always give you some things to think about. So it's better you live a private life, okay? Keep it like that, though. Just keep it like that.
Happy birthday to the beautiful Amaris.
Yeah.
Like, she's a very, very fine girl. Who knows? Maybe next time we see, like, when she's like 21 or so.
She might even think of going into music like her dad.
So, the Love Actually creator, Richard Curtis, is bringing holiday magic back with his first animated film, That's Christmas. The Netflix release, premiering December 4th, is based on Curtis' 2021 book of short stories and tells the tale of families navigating a Christmas blizzard in the fictional town of Wellington-on-Sea. Curtis described the project as a joyful departure from his romantic comedies, saying it allowed him to draw on his 25 years of parenting. The filmmaker has described working on animation as a huge treat and revelation for him, adding that the whole process is so different from other movies he has worked on, featuring the voices of Curtis regulars such as Bill Nighy alongside Fiona Shaw, Jodie Whittaker, Lolly Adefope, and Brian Cox as Santa Claus. The film captures the chaos and the heartwarming moments of imperfect holiday celebrations. I think we've been seeing a lot of
Christmas movies.
Yes, Christmas, because
I don't think
it's
it's a
the
tradition.
season.
Like
At this point, it's a tradition.
Every time, if it's not African Magic Epic doing something that has to be related to Christmas, it's African Magic Yoruba, it's cinema movies, it's cartoons. I don't know if it's
Hollywood,
a tradition.
for Hollywood, it's like a normal thing for them. Once it's November like this, you start seeing a lot of
But this particular one
different
is
kind.
unique. This particular one is unique. Making an AI cartoon. Is this something an adult can watch?
Yeah, of course. I think there are a lot of animated series.
You are an animated fan.
I love animation.
Exactly.
Yes.
That was why I
Guilty
popped
as
that
charged.
question.
Guilty as charged.
That was why I popped
Guilty
that
as
question.
charged.
Oh, is it actually something that, because I
Yes,
know you.
Now, there are a lot of adults that love animation. Do you even know that there are some animations that children can't watch?
Yeah.
Things like all this Family Guy, Big Mouth.
Let's not go there.
A number of them.
Let's not go there.
Children cannot watch them. So it's really, really nice that Curtis is going into animation, because we are so used to his dating kind of movies. I remember 4 Weddings, then Love Actually. We're just used to that dating vibes, love vibes, and it's the fact that he's actually happy to explore the parenting part of himself. Like, he has been a parent for like a long time now, 25 years, and he's now able to now actually put out something his children can watch. Do you get? Which is this Christmas
season,
story.
because it's holiday season, so children should have something.
Exactly, it's the holiday season.
The whole idea is interesting.
Then he was talking about the fact that he got the inspiration from his 2 elder sisters which are not too like far apart, and his brother that has like twin daughters. So it's like the whole story is kind of close to home for him, like drawing inspirations from the experiences of his family, people around him.
It makes sense, because Christmas season is that period whereby family members come together, the whole celebration. So maybe he's dedicating it to family anyways.
Yes, and which is absolutely wonderful. You guys, what's your plan for Christmas?
You're going to take me on shopping,
I'm asking our viewers what they are planning for. I don't know anything about it. Please help me tell this girl that I don't care about that. What's the best?
We'll talk about that later. Anyways, moving forward. Prosecutors have denied claims that they seized attorney-client privilege materials from Didi's jail cell during a recent According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, the raid was a routine security check and did not target Didi specifically. While prosecutors admitted to photographing some of Didi's belongings, including notes and an address book, they insist that materials were reviewed by a filter team to preserve confidentiality. Didi's lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, has demanded a hearing to resolve the dispute, alleging that trial strategy documents may have been improperly assessed.
Another Didi update.
Do you understand? No, I don't. I don't understand. Okay, you know, I don't blame them. These are human beings, and these are lawyers. You're working so hard to make sure that your client is out of jail. But how can you say that a raid? You know what a raid is? A breakout, something that happened in prison.
No, I think this one was more of like a security check kind of thing.
So now you're saying that they tampered with. How can you
the documents for their trials?
And I'm so happy that those people came out and said we did nothing like that.
Like we didn't plan this.
It's nothing like that. You know, someone said, "What if Didi is actually creating a movie, which has season 1, episode 1, because come to think of it, all right, when you go through foreign news, especially when it comes to entertainment and hip hop, you must see Didi's story every single day.
Like actually, since he entered into jail,
yes,
we've not heard a Didi story, because do you believe that this actual story, the prosecutors are saying that they found like a book with different phone numbers that he's trying to reach out to those witnesses and kind of like scare them off.
Yeah.
From the court case. And
the case is becoming, I don't know, I don't call it a horror movie. Because when the person said, what if he's creating a movie, a seasonal movie? And I'm like, this movie is a horror movie. Because if it is really a movie, it's a horror movie. Just like you just said now. They're looking for the numbers of those people that came to testify against him to go and what?
To be putting a call through to them, to be threatening them.
Can you imagine? So if, I don't want to believe it's a movie, honestly, I'm not being judgmental over Didi. I actually want him out of prison.
Well, if he's innocent, if he is innocent,
he would come out. But if he is not, let the courts and the judges do their job.
Exactly.
Honestly, because every single day hearing Didi did this, Didi did that. And I feel this lawyer is actually taking it too deep because they have actually rejected their bail.
Like 2 or 3 times now.
This is the fourth time.
Fourth time. Wow. I didn't even know that it has reached. That's how much
$50 million, $50 million. You know that kind of grievance and anger and all that. Anyways, we're all human beings, Abi.
Yeah, it is well. So on to other news. In his seaside workshop on Lesbos, the 70-year-old Nikos Kovdis keeps an ancient pottery tradition alive, earning a place on UNESCO's National Inventory of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Near Matados, once a bustling pottery hub, Kovdis and his family produce clay pieces using age-old methods, resisting the tide of mass production. Their pottery is unique in the Mediterranean, created from local clay, fired in a traditional kiln fueled by oil pits and painted with natural lime. It's an honor, Kovdis said, of the UNEX recognition, adding that mass production has sidelined traditional craftsmanship. A mechanical press, he noted, works 10 times faster than a single potter. Despite the challenges, Kovdis continues his meticulous work overlooking the agency. Above all, it's a passion, creating something that fulfills you, he said, preserving a fading art form from every piece he molds. Let's take a look at this artwork.
Σε 2 ώρες, άμα βάλεις τα χέρια σου μέσα, Ini putamos tu chiquilla para sola.
Oh my goodness. So beautiful hard work.
And creative.
Like, I'm like, this man, you are 70 years old, though, and you are still
using your hand.
As in, mold, like, kneading the clay, molding it.
I think they actually came late to actually recognize them, because imagine how long they've been doing this thing.
Doing this, yes. And the fact that he doesn't want to use any mechanical
machine to do it, because a lot of pottery artists use machines to do their
they
stuff.
use
In fact, I feel they have to open a school for this thing, because they are so creative. They just see the grandma doing the whole design and all that. That is beautiful, man.
It's amazing. My mind is just blown, because I'm like, something that people have found a way to just like, let's do this a certain way. Now someone's still trying to keep that tradition of how it was done. I really hope they pass on this knowledge to younger ones, because you know, we might know how to use the machine.
Technology has taken over,
honestly. But I feel like that's culture of
knowing how to
do it.
Yes.
I think it's something I would love to do. I would love to learn, at least, like, just to be able to know that, okay, this is how a certain culture started, and this is how to create something beautiful.
The legacy,
like, even if it's just a cup, I see the mold.
Honestly,
like, I would really love
saw
to do
something that looks like
that.
These are palm wine
jugs. Yes.
Jugs.
Yeah.
I think that's what she was actually designing.
Amazing. And it's truly what that UNESCO's recognition really.
It took time, actually, because the man is 70 years.
It's been a lot.
All right, so that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll take a celebrity pick, right?
Yes. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And I'm so glad to welcome you to our Celebrity Pick segment.
Why are you so
where
excited?
we pick, I'm excited to share our love with them as well. So we looked at the world of music, looked at the world of movies, looked at the world of media personalities, and we decided that these are the people that are standing out for us this week, and we'd love to share this pick with you guys.
Surprisingly, they are all men.
Yes, because it's the
International Men's Day. So our celebrity pick are from male gender.
Yes, we are celebrating the men today. We're picking the celebs, the male celebs.
Okay,
Yes.
so the first person we have is from the films and movie industry, which is Will Smith. Willard Carroll Smith II was born on September 25th, 1968. He's an American actor, rapper, and film producer. He has received multiple accolades, including an Academy Award, a Golden Globe Award, a BFTA Award, and 4 Grammy Awards. As of 2024, his films have grossed over $9.5 billion globally, making him one of the Hollywood most bankable stars.
Yes.
You see the one breaking it little by little for you all to see. He's not a small boy, a small man.
If you know bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Then you know Will Smith.
Of course,
exactly.
Will Smith is a very popular actor. A very popular actor that gives his up game in every single thing. You can imagine all the awards. If he hadn't even won any of these awards, that is when I would even be angry, because why not?
Such a talented man. I remember watching Germany Man. I'm like, this man try. Then when they did this Bad Boy, the recent Bad Boy, I was like, guy, you're already old, though.
Calm
And
down.
you're still doing all this.
Most of them they don't care if they're old or no. They feel like the young
Their passion
is still there. But then again, we still love it anyways.
Yes, we
are
love
here. We your fans are here for you.
So our second celebrity pick, this person is from the music industry and is no other than the wonderful, the amazing Moses Bliss. Moses Uyo Enang, born 20 February 1995, popularly known as Moses Bliss, is a Nigerian gospel singer, worship leader, and songwriter. He's the founder of Spotlight Nation, a Nigerian record label. Bliss released his first single in January 2017, titled "You Know They Fall My Hand," and rose to prominence with the 2019 song "Too Faithful." In 2020, he won the Love World International Music and Arts Award, LIMA 2020, by Chris Onoyinka for his song "You I Live For." I know if you love Moses Bliss, there's no how you know yet.
Who would love Moses Bliss?
True.
Somebody that's had daddy way they pamper.
Daddy way they. He has just been giving us a lot of jams.
Do you get?
Have you heard this latest one? He dey flow for my
I don't sing that song, but
Kai.
he always gives that jam when it comes to gospel music, and you can imagine why we love him. You know, he just got married this year, so there's a lot to even love about him.
Yes, his beautiful wife married.
Love about him.
So
if you want to be a gospel music artist, Moses Bliss, I think you need to look out.
Yes, look out for him.
That kind of thing. Okay, so moving forward from the fashion, we have Ugo Mozie. Ugo Mozie is a Nigerian creative executive. In 2009, at 18, he debuted his first fashion line, Aston Mozie. And in 2015, he released his luxury hat line. Mozie's clientele has included Justin Bieber, Celine Dion, Travis Scott, Beyonce, and J Balvin. In 2014, Ugo was appointed the USPR director to designer Vivian Westwood. Mozie currently lives in Los Angeles and is working to develop the fashion industry in Africa. His most recent venture, Mosaic Perfume, is a North and West African-based luxury perfume that aims to redefine the sector. When I say Nigerian don't know what they have, very soon they'll know me as someone that keeps saying that. But you can imagine that this guy is known, very known in the United States.
Yes, exactly.
Styled so many top celebrities.
And he's a Nigerian. And he's a Nigerian.
An Igbo man. We don't know what we have. Truth be told, we don't know what we have.
If you love the fashion world, you know that he's someone you need to look out for.
Look up to.
Yeah. So from the business world, we have this businessman, Cletus Ibeto. Cletus Madubugum Ibeto is the chairman CEO of the Ibeto Group. He is a renowned and acknowledged industrialist who has advanced the cause of international. He is an industrious entrepreneur known for his diverse business portfolio. He began his journey in the 1980s with the importation of spare parts. The Ibeto Group has emerged as one of the country's largest manufacturers of auto spare parts. I apologize.
You're not pronouncing
if I don't
the
pronounce
name.
Ibeto.
It is Ibeto. That's how they know.
Ibeto. I thought that is a businessman. When I did businessman, like you guys should have
when
understood.
You hear Ibeto, you should know what we're talking about. It's not just spare parts he does. Of course, we know he has a cement.
Yes, cement.
So that kind of industrious businessman, and you want to be a businessman, and Ibeto is not somebody you're looking up to. I don't know who else you're looking up to. I don't know for you. Okay, so from the media, we have Iponwoso Osakioduwa. He was born in 21st, 1978 in the month of May. He's a Nigerian radio and television on-air personality. He was known to most just a wild child, but since his marriage, he has been known as a simple IK, which is even the best because we don't know how to pronounce your name, my guy. He's known for his work with Rhythm 93.7 FM, but he is also a presenter on Mnet Studio 53 and is best known as a presenter of Big Brother Africa. I think that's the only first time I actually seen him host. That was Big Brother Africa, and I'm like, is this a Nigerian or a South African? But at the end of the day, this guy is a Nigerian.
Yes, so and I started seeing him on other like platforms.
Yeah.
I was like, this
and
guy
he's
is good.
really good, honestly.
Yes,
he's
good.
good. Like
He's
at least we have Ebuka Ochendu and now we have IK. It sums up for us. So if you're in the media firm, look up to IK.
Yes, he's someone to look out for. So I know that I don't want to say did you guys. I'm saying I know that you guys enjoyed our celebrity picks this week. So you can just share like your comments, your opinions about this celebrity pick. If you're also a fan of these people, if you've one of the things you know about them, share it. Want to hear from me. But we're going on a short break now. Plus, please don't go anywhere. We still have an amazing guest for you. This entertainment is not going to stop. Stay tuned. Back, you still tuned into E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And yes, before we went on a break, I told you that we have a wonderful guest with us today. His name is Somto Maduka, aka Bad Boy Model. So yes, you have guessed it right. He's a model. So he's here to talk with us, to give us his opinion on representation in the modeling industry. So lovely to have you here, Somto.
Yeah,
welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I like your dreads.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's dive straight to it, okay? So how do you think diverse cultural representation can impact modeling industry?
Like diverse cultures. Well, modeling is your culture.
Okay.
Like, and I feel like when you are representing something, you have to have a background in that. It's your culture now, like African culture. That's so. I think it's nice to have background in it.
Okay, when you say background, what do you mean? Do you mean insight? You should first know what you're doing, like, when we talk
be
about
accustomed to the culture.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like in the modeling industry right now, like there are a lot of different type of styles and all that.
Okay.
And you have to be happy with like what you're doing and like to be able to be representing that. So that's why sometimes I get nervous, like if I'm doing the wrong way and all that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I did wrong way. I did food and fashion.
I know, but like you say, you feel nervous.
Yes, of course. Now people are looking at you. One wrong move, like you are. One wrong move, maybe like they will.
It's gone. It's
Yeah,
over for you. They'll just take a picture and all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Somto, can you tell us how do you think models can use their platform, the modeling platform, to kind of like influence traditional beauty standards?
Like using your platform to
Promote
how you do it. Is that it? Well, your look matters in representing a beauty standard or a brand or something like that. So I think like for you like to be to represent a beauty something, you have to at least your skin have to be clear or something like that. So you present it on your Instagram and post a picture and all that.
Okay. So I actually want to like tilt that question a bit so that you can also like give us more insights. So as a model, there are a lot of standards for you, and like we've discussed when you were previously on the show, and you were like, okay, they always look for heights. We're talking about things they look for in models. So how can you challenge those traditional way of how a model should look like?
How you challenge?
Yes, how can you challenge? Because the truth is that there are so many people that have interest in modeling, but they may not necessarily be as tall as 6 feet.
Yeah.
Do you understand? There are some people that they are on the plus size. Because it's now that in recent times that people are beginning to allow plus size models. So the question is, how can you as a model use your platform to like challenge those standards that this is how it must be?
Well, I would say it's kind of difficult because the industry has the standard. Like you can't go against the industry. Like, for me, some modeling agency like will feel like I'm fat. Like looking at me, you think I'm fat, but I'm not fat though.
I'm not that question. You're fat. How?
I'm not fat, but that's the thing. Like industry standard, like they have their standards, and in wrong way, you have to be at least 6 foot for male models to work. For females, you have to be like 5'9", or I think 5'9" or 5'10". I'm not sure about that, but that's it. So you doing that, I think you have to put a lot of effort to challenging that. You have to do something different, creative on that aspect. You have to show something different and show like, yeah, I'm not 6 foot. Like for example, for runway, I'm not 6 foot, but I'm like 5'8", and I'm doing the runway well. I have my work. My work is nice and good. Can do the work very well. Like that's like showing that it's not a must that I must be like 6 or 6'1" to do the runway. Like I'm doing it well. I'm doing my work well. Someone like on there will be like, oh, he's not that height, but at least he can do it and understand how to do it.
Okay, but following up with this particular answer now, how important is it? Because like you just said, you're not that tall, but you can do the runway well.
Yeah.
You understand? What is the possibility that they would add someone that is not too fat, but he has body more than you?
Yeah.
You get, and you're a bit taller than the person.
Yeah.
Do you get? How possible is it that they will enroll that person to go through the runway? Because like you just said, he doesn't have the physique, but he has a composure to walk through the runway. So how possible is it? Because you're talking about standard now. Because most times I know they look at physique, but do they also look at talent? Like,
Yeah, well, it depends though, because like it depends on the designer.
Okay.
Like why they decide like slim, they like slim models or that, because the designer might already have an outfit made.
Okay.
Or so you just be like, yeah, someone should just wear this, like he enters. That's why like your physique matters.
Okay.
So it's just like all like out of the blue, like what's your size, like, yeah, but it's not like that normally though, because before you do a runway, they'll get your measurements, your height and all those things before you do. But when you are, it's something like that kind of scenario can happen, like when a designer shows up and be like, yeah, I have a clothes, yeah, I think you look nice, yeah, your body enters. Yeah.
So it happens like by chance?
Yeah, sometimes by chance.
It's not fair.
So can you tell us how aspiring models can use their culture, heritage, like where they are from, as a strength in their career?
Yeah, well, I think that's your style. I think everybody they have their unique style. So if you feel like your style is an African culture kind thing, yeah, I feel like it's still nice to, like, if you do it well and is visual enough and beautiful, like, I think it's nice to see another, not in the industry standard kind thing, but like it's just you did it well, something like that.
Nice. Okay, let me ask you now. Are there any cultural or personal values you would like to highlight in modeling?
Personal values.
And cultural values.
Well, personal value, cultural value. Personal value, I think you have to be at least open-minded to things. Like, you're open-minded to try many outfits. I think they are, maybe the industry is kind of pushing they are gay sometimes like that, or sometimes there's like you have to be free to enter a dress. I'm not going to enter a dress. That's it. Dress. But you in that industry, yeah, you have to like be open-minded to things. You have to try different things. Okay. That's another value you have, and you have to be overall humble. You don't know who is going to be your helper, and
while walking through a runway.
And another, like, be good with socializing, network with people. I think it helps. You see a designer, yeah, I love your outfit. Can I get your number? I would like to maybe create more content on the outfit or get to know you personally, all those things. Yeah. It helps a model in that answer.
All right. That's
Wow,
nice.
Thank you so much for these insights. We're seeming like we've run out of time. But I want to get, we'll be talking about the how we becoming first runner-up for Miss Universe and everything.
Yeah.
So do you think that modeling and pageantry goes hand in hand?
Well, it doesn't. It's not a straight answer. I can't give you a straight answer because pageantry is different from modeling. Pageantry, like, anybody can do pageant.
Okay, you don't have to be a model
to do pageant.
Oh yeah, because they have this big and bold kidney pageantry something.
So modeling is different because there is a particular body type and everything they are looking for. So you have to enter that. But pageantry, you're just doing it for the competition. Everybody is just there to go to the runway and smile. And yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us today. We had so much fun with you. And the show is a wrap. Join us same time tomorrow, same station. Follow us on all our social media platforms and make sure you subscribe so we won't fight. Thanks for watching. I remain your baby girl Queeness, and of course with me is
Layomi Adeyemi, and it's been E-Vibes.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, European foreign ministers arrive in Warsaw for talks. NATO Secretary General Rutte says more aid, more money is needed for Ukraine to prevail. Police in Georgia break up opposition protest over election results. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The foreign ministers of Poland, France, Germany and Italy met on Tuesday in Warsaw to discuss Ukraine, the incoming Trump administration and the Middle East. Outgoing U.S. President Joe Biden's administration has approved Ukraine's use of U.S.-made ATACMS missiles to strike deep into Russia, according to two U.S. officials and a source familiar with the decision. This marks a significant reversal in Washington's policy on the Ukraine-Russia conflict. The change in doctrine has been warmly welcomed by most EU heads of state. The European Union is concerned about reports of Iran, North Korea and China producing and supplying complete weapon systems to Russia for its war in Ukraine. EU Foreign Chief Joseph Borrell told reporters on Monday following an EU meeting in Brussels. European Union's top diplomat also described the war that has left Gaza in ruins as apocalyptic, calling it a war against the children. The UN Human Rights Office said last week nearly 70% of fatalities it has verified in the war were men and children, and condemned what it called a systematic violation of the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law.
It's clear that each step that is being left without reaction encourages Russia to escalate further. No reaction, more escalation. They started by weaponizing food, by weaponizing energy, using the winter as an arm. Then they resort to Iranian drones and missiles and military supplies from North Korea, and now even with non-Korean soldiers in the borders of Ukraine. And then they call to China, and the role of China is becoming bigger and bigger. China is today the largest provider of dual-use goods and sensitive items that sustain Russia's military-industrial base. Without North Korea, without Iran, without China, Russia could not support its military effort, could not continue fighting the war. And certainly we are concerned by reports of production and deliveries of complete weapon systems from these three countries, but in particular is North Korea and Iran.
Gaza's health ministry says over 43,000 people have been confirmed killed, and almost the entire population of 2.3 million people have been displaced since the war erupted on October 7, 2023. The United States Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said on Tuesday the U.S. alliance with the Philippines would transcend changes in administrations as he reiterated his support for the Southeast Asian nation. The Philippines will remain an important country for the United States for many years, Austin told a press conference during a visit to the Philippines Military Western Command on the island of Palawan next to the South China Sea. Both Austin and the Philippine counterpart, Gilberto Teodoro, expressed concerns over China's conduct in the South China Sea, with the Pentagon chief reiterating Washington's defense commitment to the Philippines under a 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty. Austin said the treaty would also cover armed attack in South China Sea, where it said China had used dangerous and escalatory measures to try to assert its expansive claims. The Philippines and China have been embroiled in repeated sparks in the past few years over disputed features within Manila's exclusive economic zone, sparking regional concerns about a miscalculation and escalation at sea. China claims sovereignty over almost all the entire South China Sea, a conduit for more than $3 trillion in annual shipborne commerce, putting it at odds with its Southeast Asian neighbors.
Well, it's the same story over and over again. They have been more aggressive in denying us access to our exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea. They have really placed a lot of these pseudo-military vessels disguised as Coast Guard vessels and maritime militia vessels in the areas in the West Philippine Sea. They have been very aggressive in their information operations against the Philippines.
The PRC has been concerning. You've heard me say that a number of times. They've used dangerous and escalatory measures to enforce their expansive South China Sea maritime claims. When it comes to what we will do, I won't speculate or make about any hypotheticals when it comes to our mutual defense treaty. But we have emphasized, and you heard me just emphasize it a couple of minutes ago, that we remain committed to the treaty. We stand with the Philippines, and we condemn dangerous actions by the PRC against lawful Philippine operations in the South China Sea. Again, this is concerning behavior, and we've made this point to our Chinese counterparts a number of times in a number of forums. So, again, we'll continue to work with our allies and make sure that we're doing the right things to promote a secure and open Indo-Pacific. That's really important to everyone in this region.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte stressed that Ukraine will need more aid and more money in order to prevail over Russia as he arrived for a Foreign Affairs and Defense meeting with members of the European Union in Brussels Tuesday. Ukraine marked 1,000 days on Tuesday since Russia's full-scale invasion, with weary troops battling on numerous fronts, Kiev besieged by drone and missile strikes, and officials preparing for Donald Trump to reclaim the White House in January. Thousands of Ukrainian citizens have died, over 6 million live as refugees abroad, and the population has fallen by a quarter since Kremlin leader Vladimir Putin ordered the invasion by land, sea and air that began Europe's biggest conflict since World War II.
Today marks 1,000 days of the full Russian onslaught, the unprovoked full Russian onslaught on Ukraine. So today we'll discuss how we can help Ukraine to prevail. That means more aid, more money, and we have to make available to them, particularly now that the North Koreans have come on board. And we know that China is helping Russia with the war effort. We know that Iran is supporting Russia with the war effort. We have to ramp up the defense industry, and luckily NATO and the EU are working closely together to make sure that the defense industrial base, transatlantic, will be strengthened over the coming months. We really have to do this, to replenish our stockpiles, to make sure that we stand ready to oppose any adversary.
Drone footage showed severe pollution persisting in India's New Delhi on Tuesday, as residents in the country's northern states woke up to another day of poor air quality, with a layer of dense fog shrouding most of the region. The Air Quality Index, AQI, had touched a peak of 49 491 in Delhi on Monday, forcing the government to introduce restrictions on vehicle movement and construction activities and schools to conduct classes online. Delhi's 24-hour air quality index, AQI, reading was at 488 on a scale of 500 on Tuesday, India's Central Pollution Control Board said, and at least 5 stations in the capital reported an AQI of 500. India battles air pollution every winter as cold, heavy air traps dust, emissions and smoke from farm fires started illegally in the adjoining farming states of Punjab and Haryana. Georgian police dispersed an opposition protest in Tbilisi early on Tuesday, arresting several people. Supporters of Georgia's opposition parties had set up a small protest camp at a road junction near Tbilisi University on Sunday, November 17 night, the latest in a number of demonstrations organized against the result of last month's parliamentary elections. Georgia's opposition have refused to accept the October 26 parliamentary election results and have alleged widespread ballot rigging and voting irregularities. Official results from the October 26 ballot gave a 54% majority to Georgian Dream, whose opponents say it wants to steer the Caucasus nation away from Europe and back into Russia's orbit. Georgian Dream, which is seen as loyal to billionaire founder Bezina Ivanishvili, says it wants to protect the country from subversive foreign influence and from being dragged into war with Russia, like Ukraine. Says it remains committed to seeking a future in the European Union, but the EU says it has frozen Georgia's membership application because of concerns about democratic backsliding. Emotions ran high for family members of Hong Kong's pro-democracy activists as the city's High Court on Tuesday sentenced 45 of the activists to jail terms of up to 10 years in a landmark national security trial. Henrik Louis was sentenced to more than 4 years in jail after the sentencing. His adoptive mother, Elsie Wu, shouted, "He's a good person. He's not a political prisoner. Why does he have to go to jail?"
We're very concerned about what's happened in Hong Kong with political freedoms and freedom of speech, and the NSL 47 trial is one of them. So we're very eager to see what the sentencing will be like today, but at the same time, the U.S. government and the condemns the continuous prosecution of individuals here in Hong Kong who are expressing their political views, they're exercising their freedom of speech, and they're wanting to participate in a political process for their own jurisdiction here for Hong Kong.
Benny Tai, a former legal scholar identified as an organizer of the activists, received a 10-year jail sentence, the longest so far under the 2020 National Security Law. A total of 47 pro-democracy activists were arrested and charged in 2021 with conspiracy to commit subversion under a Beijing-imposed national security law, facing potential life sentences. Speaking outside the court building, Roxy Hogue, the head of the U.S. consulate in Hong Kong's political section, said the U.S. government condemns the continuous persecution of individuals here in Hong Kong who are expressing their political views, exercising their freedom of speech.
We're very concerned about what's happened in Hong Kong.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to acknowledge up front that there's a pretty significant...
Tens of thousands of New Zealanders rallied in front of Parliament on Tuesday in one of the country's largest ever protests to oppose a bill which opponents say seeks to dilute Maori rights and threaten to set race relations back decades. Massive crowds, estimated by police at 42,000, gathered at Parliament where the Treaty Principles Bill was introduced earlier this month by legislators who want to reinterpret a 184-year-old treaty signed between the British and indigenous Maori.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just want to acknowledge up front that there's a pretty significant day. As you know, our position as a National Party is unchanged. We won't be supporting the bill beyond second reading, and therefore it won't become law. Oh, well, look, it'll be what it will be. I mean, let's be clear, there's a strong depth of emotion on all sides of this debate. Yes, it's not something that I, like or support, but we have come to a compromise. And so now it's in the hands of the Parliament, it's now in the hands of the Select Committee.
A small number of politicians, including ACT leader David Seymour, came onto the forecourt of Parliament to listen to the protesters speak, and a petition opposing the bill of 203,653 signatures was also presented to Parliament.
The honour to protect Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and I'm tired of it being, in so many ways, trampled on.
No government, no law has the right to debate ranga tira tanga.
We're always talking about he Māori a hope.
Chinese President Xi Jinping and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer held discussions on Monday at a G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro, focusing on bilateral cooperation between their countries. The meeting is the first to take place between the British Prime Minister and Xi since 2018. While in Rio de Janeiro, Xi is expected to meet with several world leaders at a time when conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine, as well as incoming Trump-led United States, have made efforts to build consensus within the G20 more difficult than before.
We want our relations to be consistent, durable, respectful, as we have agreed, avoid surprises where possible, and strengthen dialogue should provide stronger understanding. The UK will be a predictable, consistent sovereign actor committed to the rule of law and multilateral system. I'm very pleased that my Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister Wang met recently and discussed respective concerns, including human rights and parliamentary sanctions, Taiwan, South China Sea, and our shared interest in Hong Kong. We are concerned by reports of Jimmy Lai's deterioration health in prison.
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi met his Indian counterpart Subrahmanyam Jaishankar on Monday. In Rio de Janeiro, a statement from his ministry said, in which he called for the resumption of direct flights between the two countries. Wang also spoke of a need for more mutual trust and less suspicion between the regional rivals. A statement, which was released on Tuesday, added, the two countries last month began implementing an agreement to end a military standoff on each side of the disputed Himalayan border. Wang also urged the Indian side to step up cooperation on journalist exchanges and facilitating visits. China pledged to take effective measures to ensure the safety of the people's lives and social stability, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said on Tuesday when asked about an SUV ramming students and pedestrians outside a primary school in southern China. Earlier in the day, a driver in an SUV plowed into students and pedestrians outside a primary school in southern China, leaving several people injured, state media said, as worries spread over a spate of violent attacks in the country over the past week. Police said a 39-year-old male was arrested in connection with the incident, although he did not explain in the brief statement how the incident occurred, saying only that investigations were continuing. The incident happened just over a week after a driver rammed his vehicle into a crowd at a sports center in Zhuhai in southern China, killing 35 people and severely injuring 43 in the deadliest mass attack in China in a decade. Days later, a former student went on a stabbing rampage at a vocational college in eastern China's Wuxi, killing 8 people. Up ahead, several injured during rocket attacks on central and northern Israel. Russia begins mass production of radiation-resistant mobile bomb shelters. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A vehicle plowed into students and pedestrians outside a primary school in China's Hunan province on Tuesday morning, and several people were injured. Footage showed multiple injured lying on the road outside the school. In another video, a man is surrounded by a crowd and apparently beaten with sticks and rods. A separate clip shows a man handcuffed and being held down on wet cement by a figure in uniform. CCTV and other state media reported the vehicle hit people outside a Yongan primary school in Chang'an City as students were coming in for the day. Many were injured in the incident. A more detailed tally of the injuries was not available, and it was not immediately clear what had caused the crash or whether it was intentional. Several people were wounded in central and northern Israel in rocket attacks from Lebanon on Tuesday. According to a spokesperson for the Israeli ambulance service, 4 people were slightly injured by broken glass in the Sharon area in central Israel, which includes Batra. Dozens of projectiles fired from Lebanon were partly intercepted on Tuesday, according to the Israeli military. U.S. envoy Amos Hochstein landed in Beirut on Tuesday for talks with officials on a truce between armed group Hezbollah and Israel. Lebanon state news agency said hours after a proposal drafted by Washington won a nod from the Iran-backed group. The visit indicates progress in U.S.-led diplomacy aimed at ending a conflict which spiraled into an all-out war in late September when Israel launched a major offensive against Iran-backed Hezbollah. Chinese and Russian foreign ministers discussed bilateral ties, the conflict in Ukraine, and the situation on the Korean Peninsula on the sidelines of a Group of 20 meeting in Brazil on Monday. We're truly at an unprecedented stage in the development of strategic relations for a comprehensive partnership, Russia's Sergei Lavrov told his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi. Wang said that Beijing is willing to work with Russia to further strengthen bilateral comprehensive strategic coordination, the Chinese Foreign Ministry said in a statement on Tuesday. The two sides also exchanged views on the Ukraine crisis and the situation on the Korean Peninsula. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said in a statement without providing further details. China and Russia declared a no-limits partnership when Russian President Vladimir Putin visited Beijing less than 3 weeks before his troops marched into Ukraine in February 2022, triggering the deadliest land war in Europe since World War II. In May this year, Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping pledged a new era of partnership between the two most powerful rivals of the United States, which they cast as an aggressive Cold War hegemon sowing chaos across the world. Russia claimed on Monday that its forces had carried out strikes on energy infrastructure and military facilities in Ukraine, while Ukraine said on the same day that Russia had attacked its city of Odessa with missiles. The Russian Defense Ministry in the past 24 hours said its forces attacked Ukrainian troop concentrations and equipment gathering points in 135 locations, as well as infrastructure at several military airports, energy facilities supporting the operations of Ukrainian defense enterprises, and shot down 106 Ukrainian drones. Russian forces continued striking Ukrainian armed forces in the Kursk region. Also on Monday, the military administration of the Odessa region in Ukraine reported that the city of Odessa was hit by Russian missile strikes, resulting in 10 deaths and dozens of injuries. Meanwhile, the General Staff of Ukrainian Armed Forces reported 87 battles on the front lines on the same day, with the most intense fighting taking place in the Kuratov and Pokrovsk directions. Ukrainian military operations in the Kursk region were still ongoing, the Ukrainian side said. Russia has begun mass production of mobile bomb shelters that can protect against a variety of man-made threats and natural disasters, including radiation and shockwaves, the Emergency Ministry Research Institute said. The Coup-M shelter looks like a reinforced shipping container, can give some protection against radiation, shrapnel, debris, and fires, and can be deployed in Russia's vast northern permafrost, according to the State Institute. The standard unit accommodates 54 people, but additional modules can be added. The war in Ukraine is entering what most officials say could be its final, most dangerous phase, as Moscow's forces advance at their fastest pace since the early weeks of the conflict in 2022, and the West seeks to shore up Ukraine. The Institute did not link the move to any current crisis, though the announcement came just as the administration of U.S. President Joe Biden agreed to allow Ukraine to fire American long-range missiles deep into Russia. Kremlin said on Monday that Russia will respond to what it called a reckless decision by Biden's administration, and cautioned that the move would draw the United States directly into the conflict. A top Ukrainian diplomat warned against any attempt to appease Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying that latest strikes in Ukraine showed he had no desire for peace, and asked allies for further help to counter Russia. Russia pounded Ukraine's power grid in the largest airstrike in almost 3 months on Sunday, November 17, in a move that Ukraine's ambassador to the UN in Geneva said showed Putin's determination to continue the war 1,000 days since Russia's invasion. Filippenko, a career diplomat from Kiev, struck a different tone amid growing expectations of peace talks with Russia's president next year and perceived war weariness among allies. In an important policy shift, President Joe Biden's administration has allowed Ukraine to use U.S.-made weapons to strike deep into Russia. The Kremlin has called the decision reckless and one that it will raise the risk of confrontation with the U.S.-led NATO alliance. Asked to respond to this, she called for additional support from allies, specifically requesting extra help with air defenses and additional diplomatic pressure on Russia. Filippenko said she considered that Kiev and allies had been successful in isolating Russia, and said that Russian officials have been blocked from 40 key international posts, including at the United Nations. She also referred to a U.S.-led move to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council and other measures.
Recent Russia's attacks, very massive combined attacks with all kinds of missiles on peaceful cities and energy and critical infrastructure, have the only objective is to intimidate the Ukrainian people, to break the will, to plunge Ukraine into darkness and cold. They also demonstrate that Putin doesn't want peace. He wants war. He wants war with Ukraine. He wants war with the rest of the world. He wants war with international order, rule-based order, and the UN Charter. The answer to this is strength and unity of international community. For us, the word appeasement means that there are some who thinks that it is possible to talk to Putin, to listen to Putin. Putin wants to be talked to. For him, it's only about talks.
The number of North Korean troops stationed inside Russia could grow to 100,000, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Tuesday. Kiev and its Western allies said North Korea has supplied Russia with weaponry and troops to bolster its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. South Korea's spy agency said last week that North Korean troops had already engaged in combat operations against Ukrainian forces. Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a treaty into law this month on strategic partnership with North Korea, which includes a mutual defense provision. A Ukrainian lawmaker says Biden's missile decision is not a golden bullet for Ukraine's war effort. Serhiy Rachmanin, a member of the Ukrainian Parliamentary Committee for Security and Defense, said it was still unclear what type of missiles the decision concerned and whether new missiles were delivered to Ukraine. 2 months before leaving office, President Joe Biden lifted some restrictions that have blocked Kiev from using U.S.-supplied weapons for strikes deeper into Russian territory. Rachmanin added that U.S.-supplied Army tactical missile systems, some of which have a range of 300 kilometers, could now strike several Russian airfields. The decision to authorize the strikes only after months of Ukrainian lobbying follows a pattern repeated throughout the war, as the Biden administration tried to balance its support for Ukraine with concern about escalation.
How many missiles will we have? Will there be new missiles? What type of missiles are we talking about? There are a lot of open questions. What does this give the defense forces, the armed forces of Ukraine? It's definitely not a golden bullet, it's definitely not a miracle weapon, but it surely enhances the capabilities of our defense forces. The distance at which the ATACMS, Army Tactical Missile Systems, can operate, in the version of 300 kilometers, 186 miles, offers a sufficiently large number of stationary targets. If we just talk about stationary targets, I believe there are about 200 to 250 targets, of which at least 15 are airfields. U.S. President Joe Biden still feels, if not complacency, then certain obligations to Ukraine. He was restrained during the pre-election campaign. What he believed to be extremely drastic moves were not supposed to hurt the Democrats' chances. But now that the election has already taken place, and the Democrats have lost everything they could lose, at least at this stage, you can't hold back. And basically, I think he may have thought his hands were free. It is difficult to say how Russia will react. In my opinion, they have no particular counterarguments against this. Moreover, I will remind you that they also consider the occupied Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson regions to be their territory. The fact that the rest of the civilized world does not think so doesn't stop the Russians. That is, de facto, from their point of view, strikes on Russian territory have already taken place. And no extraordinary events happened after that.
Previously, Washington vacillated 4 months before approving giving Ukraine long-range missiles, tanks and planes. Still to come, Qatar Foreign Ministry says Hamas political office in Doha has not been permanently closed. Sweden prepares citizens for worst-case war scenario in new brochure. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The political office of a Palestinian militant group, Hamas in Doha, has not been permanently closed. Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson Majed Al-Ansari said on Tuesday. Earlier this month, U.S. official was quoted saying Washington had asked Qatar to expel the group and that Doha had passed this message on to Hamas. Al-Ansari said a Hamas office had been created to facilitate mediation efforts to end the Gaza war.
Leaders of Hamas that are within the negotiating team are now not in Doha, and as you know, they move between different capitals. I don't want to get into the details of what that means, but what I can tell you very clearly is that the office of Hamas in Doha was created for the sake of the mediation process. Obviously, when there is no mediation process, the office itself doesn't have any function other than being part of the mediation process. So at the moment, I can confirm that they are not in Doha, but I won't go into the details of how that, what that means, basically. But when it comes to the mediation process right now, it is suspended unless we take a decision to reverse that, which is based on the positions of both sides and their willingness to come into the negotiations with a positive spirit. We don't see that the office will hold any reason for being here in Doha. But the decision to close it down, close down the office permanently, is a decision that you will hear about from us directly, and it shouldn't be part of media speculation. فإن التعليق جهود الوساطة بين حركة حماس وإسرائيل هو قرار اتخذته دولة قطر نتيجة لما رأيناه بأنه عدم جدية من الأطراف الوصول إلى اتفاق، وقطر لن تقبل أن يستمر ابتزازها بهذا الشكل في إطار عملية الوساطة.
Qatar has been working alongside the United States and Egypt for months on fruitless negotiations to end the Israel-Hamas conflict. Earlier in November, Qatar told Hamas and Israel it was told its efforts to mediate a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal until they show willingness and seriousness to resume talks. Sweden has started to send out instructions to its citizens on how to cope in a crisis or an outbreak of war in the second public awareness campaign of its kind since the days of the Cold War. The last in time of crisis, a war booklet came out in 2018, and a new edition will focus more on war as the consequences of Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. The advisor to the Director General of the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency, Svante Wenger, said the current security situation made it clearer that they had to be more focused on preparing for a war scenario. A new 30-page brochure gave concrete examples on finding bomb shelters, stopping severe bleeding, how to deal with pets, and how to deal with anxiety, and how to talk to children about war. It also includes information on what to do in case of a nuclear bomb being used. U.S. President Joe Biden pledged on Monday a $4 billion U.S. contribution to the World Bank's International Development Association IDA fund for the world's poorest countries. Biden announced the U.S. pledge during his final address to the Group of 20 G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro.
Now we need to make sure the World Bank can continue its work in the most vulnerable countries. I'm proud to announce the United States is pledging $4 billion over the next 3 years to the World Bank's International Development Association. As my friend Ajay tells you, the IDA in December. In addition, we have to mobilize private capital at scale. I'm proud of my country's work in this front, including mobilizing $60 billion through the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. That partnership, the United States strongly supports Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Everyone around this table, in my view, should as well. And by the way, Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine led to the highest record food prices in all of history. In Gaza, as I've said before, Israel has the right to defend itself after the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. But how it defends itself, even as Hamas cruelty hides among civilian matters a great deal. The United States has led the world in humanitarian aid to Gaza. And it brings hostages home and ends the suffering of the Palestinian people and children. I ask everyone here to most in need. This all may sound lofty, but this group can lay the foundation to make that achievable. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of our discussion.
The amount is a record and exceeds the $3.5 billion that Washington committed in the previous IDA replenishment round in December 2021. The United States imposed sanctions on Israeli settler group Amana, accusing the organization of helping perpetrate violence in the occupied West Bank, which has seen a rise in settler attacks on Palestinians. Amana provides support to unauthorized settler outposts that are used to expand Jewish settlements and seize Palestinian land. The Treasury Department said in a statement announcing the sanctions, calling the group a key part of the Israeli extremist settlement movement. The sanctions also target a subsidiary of Amana called BNA Bar Amana, described by the Treasury as a company that builds and sells homes in Israeli settlements and settler outposts. Sanctions block Americans from any transactions with Amana and freeze its U.S.-held assets. The United Kingdom and Canada have also imposed sanctions on Amana.
The United States is today imposing sanctions on Amana, the largest organization involved in settlement and illegal outpost development in the West Bank, as well as its subsidiary Binyane Bar Amana. Amana is a key part of the Israeli extremist settler movement. It maintains ties to a number of individuals previously sanctioned by the U.S. government, and it has helped establish dozens of illegal settler outposts and directly engaged in the dispossession of private land owned by Palestinians. In addition, we are imposing sanctions on Eyal Hari Yehuda Company, its owner Itamar Yehuda Levy, Shabtai Koshlevsky, the vice president of Hasamor Yosh, and violent extremist Zohar Sabak. The actions of these individuals and this company have contributed both directly and indirectly to the rise of violence in the West Bank. The United States remains committed to fighting increasing extremist settler violence. Over the past 10 months, we have sanctioned 33 entities and individuals, including today's actions, for their activities in the West Bank. These sanctions have targeted an ever-broadening array of actors, from individuals to organizations, for their roles in the escalating violence and instability. There is no justification for extremist violence against civilians, period. We are committed to working with Israel and the Palestinian Authority to de-escalate violence in the West Bank, which has cost the lives of too many Israeli and Palestinian civilians. The President and the Secretary have repeatedly stressed with their Israeli counterparts that Israel must do more to stop violence against civilians in the West Bank and hold accountable those responsible for it. But as we have also made clear, in the absence of such actions by the government of Israel, we will continue to take our own steps to hold those responsible for violent extremism accountable.
Israel has settled the West Bank since capturing it during the 1967 Middle East War. Palestinians say the settlements have undermined the prospect for the establishment of a Palestinian state in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, with East Jerusalem as its capital. The U.S. Special Envoy to Sudan traveled to the East African country for the first time on Monday to seek an increase in the flow of aid to millions of people in need, who are calling for an end to the devastating war there. Thomas Perriello, who was named Washington's envoy for Sudan in February, traveled to Port Sudan on the Red Sea coast, the de facto capital for the Abiy-led government. It marked the first visit to the country by senior U.S. officials since the war between the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF, broke out in April 2023, and the U.S. Embassy was evacuated. The UN says more than 25 million people, half of Sudan's population, need aid as famine has taken hold in one area, and more than 11 million people have fled their homes. Perriello met with Sudan's Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, as well as humanitarian government and tribal leaders.
It was my honor to be here in Port Sudan today, to have an opportunity to meet with the Sudanese people and leaders from the Sovereign Transitional Council, as well as tribal leaders, in order to share the very clear message that the United States people continue to stand with the people of Sudan, as we have for decades, as we have across both Republican and Democratic administrations. We are proud to be the largest donor of humanitarian aid for those inside Sudan and those who have fled and stand as refugees now. We also share the aspiration for this war to end as soon as possible, to see an end to the horrific atrocities as we've seen recently in Jazeera State and elsewhere, and that we can continue to build to the aspirations of the Sudanese people to an inclusive democratic future.
U.S. mediated talks in Geneva earlier this year failed to achieve progress towards a ceasefire as the army refused to attend, but did secure promises from the warring parties to improve aid access. The war erupted more than a year ago amid a power struggle between the army and the RSF of a planned transition to civilian rule. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Monday that Israel's attack on Iran last month degraded its defense and missile production capabilities and also hit an element of its nuclear program. Netanyahu said that Iran's path to a nuclear weapon had not been blocked. This remark was made at Knesset, Israel's parliament, during a session that was called upon in order to discuss 101 hostages still held by Hamas since it led an attack on Israeli border communities on October 7, 2023.
It was my honor to be here in Port Sudan today, to have an opportunity to meet with the Sudanese people and leaders from the Sovereign Transitional Council, as well as tribal leaders, in order to share the very clear message that the United States
Opposition lawmakers shouted and some were asked to leave the plenum, while hostages' families who were watching the discussion from a gallery were asked to clear it. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Monday that Biden's administration was at odds with the Israeli government over plans to invade Gaza with ground forces after the October 7 Hamas attack. In a speech to Israel's parliament, Knesset, in Jerusalem, Netanyahu said the United States objected and expressed reservation to Israel's plans to invade areas of Gaza aimed at dismantling the Gaza-ruling Hamas militant group. The war, now in its 14th month, began after Hamas' October 7 attack on Israel killed 1,200 people, according to Israeli tallies, prompting an Israeli invasion that has laid waste to much of a densely populated territory and displaced most of its 2.3 million people. More than 43,000 Palestinians have died, according to the health ministry in Hamas-ruled Gaza. Israel says 101 hostages, dead and alive, are still being held by Hamas in Gaza. Protesters in Georgia on Monday called for a rerun of what they termed the absolutely illegitimate October parliamentary elections. They also appealed to the international community for support as the country grapples with political unrest. Georgia's opposition have refused to accept the parliamentary election results and have alleged widespread ballot rigging and voting irregularities. Official results from the October 26 ballot gave a 54% majority to Georgian Dream, whose opponents say it wants to steer the Caucasus nation away from Europe and back into Russia's orbit.
The aim for our protest is rerun of elections. These elections are absolutely illegitimate. There will be no parliament which can be legitimate based on these elections. So we are demanding for rerun of elections. I'm absolutely sure we will achieve this goal.
I'm standing here today to protest against the dictatorship, against the government that is trying to move us away from Europe, from our European future, and to bring us back to the Soviet Union and to the Russian government. And we will never give up, we will never surrender, and we are going to fight till the end.
Personally, myself, I was also an observer, and along with my colleagues, we observed and witnessed such absurdity at the election that we simply cannot recognize this. So that's why we are here, and we are asking at the same time the international community to support us. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen in Georgia. The outcome doesn't look positive pretty much.
იქნებ დაიხიოს ჩვენმა ხელისუფლებამ, ეგრეთ წოდებულმა ხელისუფლებამ, რომელმაც მოახდინა ხელისუფლების უზურპაცია. ისინი არიან უმცირესობაში და მართავენ უმრავლესობას. აი ეს არის პროტესტი, რისთვისაც ვართ აქ.
Georgian Dream, which is seen as loyal to billionaire founder Bezina Ivanishvili, says it wants to protect the country from subversive foreign influence and from being dragged into war with Russia, like Ukraine. It says it remains committed to seeking a future in the European Union, but the EU says it has frozen Georgia's membership application because of concerns about democratic backsliding. That's the news this hour. Thank you for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
I know symptom called hepatitis because there's a time my own mother have hepatitis, 1985. We treated her at Mother of Christ. He want to deliver the baby. Along the line, when you deliver the baby, there comes hepatitis. The one that if you have the sickness, your eyes will be yellow. So it nearly killed my mother that time. But by the God's grace, we cured her the sickness. That's when I come across of hepatitis.
It's a general disease. Yeah, one Uche from Bakaleke. I'm the one that took him to UNTH, 140 bedded. Eventually, he died based on this disease, this hepatitis.
I have no idea, but I have seen somebody that had the disease. The color of the eyes is very bad, reddish, yellow, and the person is too tiny. He doesn't eat. He doesn't like anything water, and the eyes is not even yellow but greenish color. I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said that it's hepatitis, that the injection that he's supposed to take is too costly, that the parents could not avoid it. And I told him to stop smoking with people. Anything smoke, don't do it because we are going down. He said, okay. After that, the boy felt down at the road because of that sickness. So everybody was thinking that the boy is dead. Later he wake up and start with it. So that is the only thing I know about it.
Actually, I've been hearing about hepatitis and all that, but I've not seen somebody that have contracted that kind of disease and all that. I don't know. I can't say much about it because I've not had any person that have suffered from that. One thing I disagree from, I think I always disagree is that government all the time. We must not wait for government for everything. If it is something we can do that is within our reach, let's start from it, from ourselves before we ask the one that we cannot handle. If it is something that is communicable, what it means is that if you know how to avoid it, if somebody has that kind of disease, should be taken care of so that it will not be spread out to others, not waiting for the government to do it. Government will not come to your house to do such for you. But in other side of it, we still want experts, good hospitals where those people can be taken care of. Let me use our state as an example. We have a Parkland there. So if there's a particular unit that is in charge of taking care of those people, I suggest they should equip it, give them the right equipment and medicine, drugs that can be used to treat such.
There is a need for sensitization. People supposed to know about this hepatitis. I know that they have hepatitis A and B. So you have to go and sensitize people about the dangers of this ailment so that they should avoid it, because they can contact it from other people, friends, relations, So there is a need to go and tell people more about the disease so that they can avoid it.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you will continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Today in our program, we are featuring someone who is with you like all the time. He comes into your living room and most times you're excited about it. My pleasure to welcome one of Nigeria's film superstars, Emeka Enyocha. Emeka, you're welcome.
Thank you.
We want to start the story where the whole story began. At what point in your life did this romance with the film industry, at what time did it start?
It's no holds barred, isn't it? It started out of frustration. Because when I was younger, I love television, people, because it's all about your intellectual ability. But when you're, unfortunately, thank God we have bypassed that now. God has actually lifted us out of that quagmire, out of that shackle. When you are from a poor home, a lot of things will actually come against you. It is only by the special grace of God that you will surmount them, which God has actually done. Because I used to tell people that as I live, God has done everything that He has to do for me. I'm just living by His grace every other day. Because where I'm coming from, you won't understand. It's like, people will say silver spoon and all that. This one, there was no spoon. It's funny now though, because we have actually overcome that. When you're drinking akamo, most people call it pap and ogi, they force it down your mouth. There was no spoon to, that's how I actually put it most times. So it happened, that it was only the industry that was the only thing that could actually put immediate cash in my pocket to do what I want to do. Well, my auntie tried, she's late now, God bless her soul. She tried, put me in good school, GTC Port Harcourt. From there, went to Bori. From there, came to Lagos. When I came to Lagos, wow, my coming to Lagos was to actually, sojourn, outside Nigeria. You know how it is now, looking for visa, doing that, doing this. At a point, I got fed up. I told myself, what is your problem? That was when the idea of movies came and model. I was modeling because then there wasn't anything I was doing then,
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
I know symptom called hepatitis because there's a time my own mother have hepatitis, 1985. We treated her at Mother of Christ. He want to deliver the baby. Along the line, when you deliver the baby, there comes hepatitis. The one that if you have the sickness, your eyes will be yellow. So it nearly killed my mother that time. But by the God's grace, we cured her the sickness. That's when I come across of hepatitis.
It's a general disease. Yeah, one Uche from Bakaleke. I'm the one that took him to UNTH, 140 bedded. Eventually, he died based on this disease, this hepatitis.
I have no idea, but I have seen somebody that had the disease. The color of the eyes is very bad, reddish, yellow, and the person is too tiny. He doesn't eat. He doesn't like anything water, and the eyes is not even yellow but greenish color. I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said that it's hepatitis. That the injection that he's supposed to.
On Signature TV. Today is Tuesday, the 19th day in the month of November. Happy Tuesday, everyone who is watching us this morning. Also, today is the World Toilet Day. It is a day, dedicated to making sure that you clean your toilets. Make sure that that part of the house is being kept clean and, of course, away from disease and germs. Yes, so we're recognizing toilets and making sure that we don't put our toilets under threat. No, I mean putting our lives under threat. By the way, we'll bring you the newspaper headlines, newspaper review, and every other thing you need to know about what's happening around. And also, don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're on Facebook, YouTube, 24/7 at Signature TV, and all the social media platforms at Signature TV News. You can go there, drop your comment, and follow, share. Let's get talking. We're going to go for a short break and we'll come back with that right into the newspaper headlines. Stay with us. Welcome back. We'll begin with the Punch newspapers this morning and looking at the trending news and the Punch just above the marks. Federal government plans fresh 31 trillion naira borrowing. And we also have luggage delay to attract $170 and also 10,000 naira fines, says NCAA. Therefore, 34 states, FCT shown 263 billion naira UPEG grants. Also, corruption allegations. Presidency attacks OBJ as opposition backs ex-president with the rider. Federal government says Obasanjo lacks moral grounds to attack Tinubu. Opposition insists ex-leader right on corruption and bad governance. Still on the Punch, Ondo poll. Ayedatiwa gets certificate of return Wednesday amid protest. Trump plans to use military for mass deportation. Okay, interesting headline. Plan takeover. Makinde Adeleke knock Ganduje over threats. That's all from the Punch. Moving ahead to the Vanguard newspapers this morning. Also, we have on the Vanguard, LCCI, ASBON, analysts, others pick holes in 2025 budget with the writer, it will take magic wand to succeed, says Asborn. Funding will be a challenge, says financial analyst. We also have this news, Dangote refinery, $6 billion to import crude. Interesting. Sit at home, gunmen kill 5 security operatives. PG critically injured in Anambra and Abia State. That's on the page 11 of the Vanguard. Nigeria must address 6% tax to GDP ratio, says Speaker Abbas. Rethink reform strategies. IMF advises Nigeria, Ghana and others. Presidency to Obasanjo. Nigeria's economic woes began in your government. That's presidency, responding to Obasanjo. All right there. I am presidential spokesman Daniel Bwala. Okay. 2025 AFCON qualifiers. Rwanda beat Super Eagles in Uyo. All right. That's a sad one. Zenith Bank unveils Zenith Tech Fair 4.0. And Ondoguba, why PDP lost, recorded worst outing since 1999, and that's the most we can take from the Vanguard. Let's quickly take a look at the Guardian newspapers this morning. 34 states ditch UBA grant as unused funds surpass 135 billion naira. IMF, Nigeria, others need longer monetary tightening regime to tame inflation. Presidency berates Obasanjo for criticizing successors. All right. Chemical industry says 28 companies existed since January. FIRS boss makes case for tax bills as federal government calms governors on reform. Senate to sanction MDAs for non-compliance with financial regulations and other interesting news there. Let's move ahead to the Nation newspapers. On the Nation, we have federal government targets 34.8 trillion naira revenue in 2025 appropriation bill. Edun, Tinubu's economic reforms have cleared way for foreign investors. Okay. Presidency, Obasanjo unfit to give leadership sermon. Ex-president description of Nigeria's falling government, incompetent attracts attack. Okay, don't do estimated billing. NERC warns discourse. Okmebolo signs revised 486 billion naira budget. Opa of Benin hopeful, and reform bills with streamlined taxes. Also, we have the Alia OK 75,000 naira minimum wage for Benue workers. All right, that's all from the Nation newspapers. All right, let's take a look at the Blueprint newspapers this morning. Presidency to Obasanjo. You run Nigeria with impunity, not ideal leader to emulate. Ohaneze, Arewa groups, others attack ex-president. All right, national values vital to boosting police image, says Idris. And Super Eagles qualify despite fall to Rwanda. Tax reform bills, it will be thorough, guided by national interest. Abbas Dogua, all right. We also have AUGF report, Senate probes MDAs over 105.66 billion naira financial infractions. Vows not to compromise legislative compliance. Don't force customers to pay for meter replacement. NERC warns discourse. Don't force customers to pay for meter replacements. NERC warns discourse. Let's take a look at all the newspapers. The Daily Times newspapers this morning. 252,000 jobs created on the housing programs, says Danjua. All right. Also have presidency. Obasanjo was not leader worthy of emulation. Tinubu at G20 summit. Priorities: hunger, poverty, eradication. Bwala assures duty as Tinubu will deliver. You oppose zoning over P2B. APC chieftain Eze replies Wike. You oppose zoning over P2B. APC chieftain Eze replies Wike. Shetima launches innovation drive for indigenous healthcare solutions, and Tinubu's economic reforms have laid foundation for local investments, says Finance Minister. That's the most we can take from the Daily Times newspapers. We just have two other newspapers, the Nigerian Tribune. Let's look at the trending news there. Adeleke, Oyo PDP knock Ganduje over APC's plots to take over Oyo, Oshun. With the writer Ganduje suffering from verbal diarrhea, says Oshun government. Nobody prays for APC's pain beyond 2027, Oyo PDP. We also have the Just Above the Marks panel sheds more light on tax reform bills, with the writer proposes 0% VAT on food, education, healthcare. 5 dead as sit-at-home turns bloody in Anambra, with the writer pleas after suspected gunmen. Presidency slams Obasanjo for criticizing Tinubu. Successive governors still clearing your mess, it says. $16 billion wasted on projects that failed to provide electricity. Air Force destroys bandits, kingpins' residence, arms depot in Shiroro. I think that's the most we can take from that particular newspaper. And finally, looking at the Daily Trust newspapers, G20 leaders inaugurate global alliance to end hunger. Northern reps raise fresh concerns over tax reform bills, with the writer saying region plagued by insecurity, low productivity. It is unfair for Lagos, Rivers, FCT to have 70% VAT proceeds, says FIRS boss. We will be guided by national interest, says Dogua. You are hypothetic, okay? I think I will take that again. You are a hypocrite. Presidency fires back at Obasanjo. Fire destroys Jaws Laranto markets, and NEC to discos. Replace old meters at no cost. And finally, Trump to use military for mass deportation. That's the most we can take for the newspaper headlines this morning. We're going to go for a short break, and we'll come back. We'll dive right into the review. You don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You're welcome back. This is the Signature Morning on Signature TV. We're going to be diving right into the review right now. And we have, as usual, our in-house reviewer, Chris Madoka. Good morning, Chris, and welcome.
Good morning, Belinda. And good morning, dear listener, viewer.
Today is just so calm, the way you sounded this morning. What is behind the mood and atmosphere?
There are days you have to come this way. There are days, situations around you will tame you to a great extent. And situations in Nigeria are beginning to tame me. So, the thing is getting into me. So I am trying to assimilate it and take it in. So welcome.
All right. Don't force customers to pay for meter replacement. NEC wants discos.
We shouldn't just stop by warning. I think now they are customizing. They've customized the state regulatory, electric regulatory in ENUGU. I think 4 other states. And they are collapsing what they call their forum offices, because they used to, National Electric Regulatory Commission, NEC, used to have offices, forum offices in all the states. So in any state now that they have handed power of regulation to the State Regulatory Commission, they will collapse their foreign office. And they have a schedule of doing that, which I saw over the days. But I'm saying NEC shouldn't just be warning. There should be some tangible, clear guidelines on how meter should be exchanged. I mean, old meter to new one, and even new buildings, how they should acquire. And I must make everybody know, because I'm talking from real experience. Acquiring meter in Nigeria, electricity consumption meter in Nigeria has been a damn process that is you know, filled up with a lot of serious protocols and issues. So the sooner they make the acquisition of meter, exchange of meter, upgrade of meter, and all that easy for the people, the better. And then there should be this, when you're talking about meter, is a property, is not just something you buy after 1 month, you change. So it shouldn't be that, even if people have to pay for it, they will make it the way we are told. It has to be so easy that seamlessly you acquire meter without knowing, because you have to pay for it over time. Since it's not something, it's not a plastic, it's not one of these what they call it, consumer materials that you use.
Consumables, yeah.
So these are the issues about it. So it's a good, they're just warning. We said go beyond warning and release a guideline that the people should know. And everybody, because the electric distribution companies are exploiting that shady, unclear direction of how meter is acquired and how. So that is what we are saying about that. So it's a good move. Okay, probably you start with warning, then go towards this, what I'm telling you, because from where I'm talking from, to have a new electric meter is almost like going for artificial insemination to have a baby boy.
But I think we had one of the EEDC boss here the other time. You know, he explained the reason why they have to, you know, give light. They have to increase the meter. They have to increase proficiency.
No, he's talking about tariff. It's different from meter.
And again, for you to increase such things, don't you think that there could be some reason behind, you know, trying to replace old meters that are not working?
The meters are working. From where I am coming from, that's actually my concern is a lot. Then they know. Even the electric distribution company in ENUGU, I'm interfacing with them. A lot of houses in ENUGU still have the old meter and it's working. You go with your card to the office, you recharge, you come, slot it, and the value of the recharge go into your meter. When it finishes, you go back. The new meter is what you're calling about for the Gen Z generation, that can recharge from any part of the world their electricity consumption and the values without actually going to the office. That's the new meter. And those ones, they've given them the procedure of how to upgrade. That's quite different. We are talking about, even if you want to replace that old one, the type that many people in ENUGU are using, and go for the new one. If you want to go for that new one, you go through processes that is difficult. That's what we're saying. You know? And even if you want to build a new house and you want to install new meters in there, you go through processes, they're very expensive and the bureaucratic red tapes that doesn't make it look like this is something you use in Nigeria. And we know that the value of everything in Nigeria has skyrocketed, but the consumers bear the whole blunt of everything. So we should talk about it. You bear the blunt of the tariff, which has been increased. You bear the blunt of buying the meter, which you use to consume light, that they will take the money. We should begin to look at the consumers as human beings too. That's where my comment on that comes. So that's about it. Let's move on.
presidency, yesterday you talked about Obasanjo, the way you held him, and of course you said a lot of good things about his regime and all of that. But it seems as if everyone is against Obasanjo. Ohaneze has come out and Ohaneze, Arewa groups, other people, chieftains, they come out to say your own regime was worse than Tinubu's regime, and you don't have what it takes for us to emulate you. You're not ideal leader to emulate. You don't have the right to come out to advise dear presidents this time around. What is your take on this?
Well, my take is very simple. We have had a retinue of presidents, ex-presidents. If the presidency of Ahmed Tinubu, did not see any one of them to emulate, there's something is wrong. And they're creating attack dogs for anybody who offered to give an advice to your government. It's marks of complex. You know what I mean? When somebody is, if you feel you are not confident, you always attack. I don't want to see this present government as that. And all the people working for this government have complex issues. They don't have any moral ground to tell OBJ what they're saying. Whoever they bought to tell this, they don't have any moral ground. Obasanjo has a right to say, things are not going well. It's an advice you take. He didn't come. He's not protesting. It's not like he's any of these protesting groups where you say they are terrorists. No. The man sat down, wrote you a letter. You can reply. And this reply, I don't think this is the tone of his letter, the way it has been attacked now. If he had attacked the presidency this way, and then forcing them to take his advice, well, you return back and say fire for fire. Something I will tell you that happened. During the days of Azikiwe, that so young people, we Africans, and where you are paid to work for a government, you use that opportunity to insult an octogenarian like Obasanjo, and you a young Nigerian probably working in this present government, and you think your job is to attack Obasanjo and call him names. There's something Azikiwe told Chubo Kadibo, for those who were alive then, and they experienced it then now. He said, well, in Africa, young people are supposed to respect the elders. And your father, no matter how wrong he is, can tell you certain things. There are certain things you cannot tell him back. You can only say, Dad, it's because you're my dad, though. In Igbo, you said, Anya na solo nna. Anya na solo daddy. But it is his position to really talk to anybody who is taking in governance position in Nigeria. And it's an advice. He wrote you a letter. He's been writing the letter.
It seems as if he has an underlining
There is no underlining thing when an elder talks. The elder talks, you pick what you want to pick. If you pick underline, I didn't see underline. People are saying the response is what we are reviewing today. We are not reviewing what he said, because we reviewed what he said last time. The response from the presidency is what we are reviewing. We said the approach of this kind of attack on anybody who say anything against the presidency is not the best thing. That's not the only thing. Okay? You did not see his government to emulate. He didn't say emulate me. He has not positioned himself as a saint. He didn't say he doesn't have any fault in him. But he is pointing out what is of now. And you are going back to yesterday and said, then there's something that happened in Imo State. A woman sells beer, and I've told that story here. One man used to go there to patronize the woman. He says he runs a joint, beer parlor, and he always have a way of bringing the young girls, her daughters, to as one of the selling points. People come there, look at them. But this particular very serious customer comes. The woman who runs the joint said, okay, I want to entice the man. The man boned. He didn't look the woman's way. he told one of the girls to go and entice the man. The man boned. He didn't give in until he tried all the girls. No, the man said, I came to drink beer, not to... And the woman broke. I said, Chidimma nwa m arịghị mma. Chinwe nwa m arịghị mma. Cheta nwa m arịghị mma. Ị akwararị anwụ onwe m arịghị mma. If Obasanjo government arịghị President Tinubu government mma, the Yaradua and Goodluck Jonathan arịghị ha mma. The days of Balewa, government of Balewa, the Prime Minister and the President General Zikiwe days arịghị ha mma. If there's no other person that have passed through there, they see to emulate, then something is wrong. They shouldn't open mouth and start attacking, because once you begin to attack and respond to every dog that barks at your government, then you means that you are just positioned, sharpen your mouth to be responding to criticisms. That is not a wrong approach. That's my view on it. And it appears in all the newspapers. So can we save time? Everybody, presidency, all the newspapers, the attacks of Obasanjo as opposition backs ex-president. No problem. No problem. You know, all the opposition are backing the ex-president. So it's not like everybody is against him. Some are on this side, and that is the beauty of democracy. But let the superior argument win, not by attack and reattack.
I think we have a lot.
Trump plans to use military for mass deportation. There are so many things that are running around Trump at this time. You don't even know which one is true and which one is false. Because this man has just been president-elect. There are still processes. If he's in Nigeria, his chances of being president is still 50-50. But because in America, he can begin to say certain things. But some of the things he said, and some of the things they plan to say, shows that he's a man that has confidence, that he knows what he's going for. So he's not like he's hiding under anything. There are some interviews he had with this celebrity woman for a long time, and it was played back during the elections days. You find that the man has been consistent with what he wants for America. So whenever you hear anything about Trump now, you better sit back and think about it.
But a lot of people are reacting to this and saying, why deporting people? Because all the countries are also,
Nigeria
contributing to the GDP
people.
of US.
Nigeria deported people. Even in Nigeria, some states deported people.
Well, you can attribute that to
insecurity. You want me to tell you that Abia State deported Anambra people, ENUGU State deported Anambra people. And there's some states, in Lagos, there are times that P2B was fighting, people were deported. There has been something, so let nobody go and talk about, organize yourself. Why are you worried about? If the man wants America for Americans, and I told people that this man is making statement, the Americans can't look at your face and tell you. He's not a corny American man. So he makes you to sit up. If you want to come to America, come with clean hands. Don't come through irregular ways. And there's nobody who is in America with every regular way that is going to be afraid of whatever. So I don't know what the hula barrow. And it doesn't mean that all our people in America are there wrongly. Is it what you're telling me? There are people who have been citizens in America before Trump was born. Do they have any fear? Doesn't America issue you green card? And you pass through the proper way of getting green. So what's the fear? If you have stowaway to America and you are trying to find a way, they said, because it's better that people are deported than to have xenophobia that we have in South Africa. In Africans, even Africans have been killing themselves, saying that but even there are people that come from Nigeria occupying space in South Africa, and many of them were killed. And we leave the lump of wood in our eyes, and we are talking, leave Trump alone, for God's sake. After everything people have done for this man not to get to power, he's back. So everybody should sit up and run around his policies. I am not his advisor, but I don't know.
Okay, we're going to go for a quick short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the review. You stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We're glad to have you back. We continue with the review. Chris Madeko, you were talking before about the deportation, from Trump's own view. But I think you shed more light.
We've talked about it. You know why people are concerned? Because it's a use of army. If they said they use other things, Nigerians wouldn't have made it a headline.
Because I know a lot of Nigerians who want to go out.
Nigerians want to jackpot, yes. The ones who have jackpot are the ones who are afraid of coming back. You can't be afraid of going when they are deporting. So you are not at risk. And because it's army that is involved, and it's American army, evidently maybe American Marine, they know they're not to be compromised. So everybody should sit up. And then let Americans worry about Americans. Let Nigerians worry about Nigeria. We have more problems here
in
now
Nigeria
to think about.
Dangote refinery, $6 billion to import crude. I mean, I'm beginning to wonder, is it that he's tired of refining our own?
He's
Why
importing
is he
crude.
Importing crude?
If
He's
the
seeking
crude,
for
if the crude.
billions of dollars to import.
I said the oil and gas industry in Nigeria is littered with, the more you look, the less you see. But there are likely things that we can talk about when you have headlines like this to review. If Dangote is not getting enough crude
to refine,
and it's not only Nigeria that drills, sells, gives on loan, steals, and doing round the robin with the crude. It's not only Nigeria. We have other countries of the world who have supply of crude oil that Nigeria can finish in 200 years. So those ones are also looking for market. And like the world is a free market. If Nigeria is not giving Dangote, that is if, then he's free because he has a refinery. He cannot refine water. He cannot refine crude oil. So if what you're giving in Nigeria is not enough, he will import crude oil from anywhere he can. And so if he's seeking for the money, I don't know, he's not seeking it from people like us. We don't even have funding to give him. So he's seeking from a higher level. And he might be seeking with joint ventures, people who are ready to invest in his refinery because he has a lot of prospect. But since he's a man who thrives on monopoly, he might want to seek for the money, take out the risk alone, bring in crude from any source, refine and sell. Now that he has reached deal, yesterday we were told he reached deal with Ipman and all the people so they know the deal they reached. My concern in all this is that as a Nigerian, it is not yet to Kuhuru when it comes to that particular product that God has used to bless Nigeria in abundant supply. Why is our blessing a curse? And whoever that is contributing to making our blessing a curse, as you know, I'm not an octogenarian, I'm not the, but I've had some level of power in my number of years I've stayed on this earth to make some pronouncement. It's not going to be well for them because our generation and our children are suffering this pain. We don't deserve it. It's not a mistake that God put so much of hydrocarbon under the earth of Nigeria. It's not. And if our people do not manage it well, because our people say, if you do not lick your lips, This is time of Hamatan. I see your lips are shining. You are you have taken good care. But if you don't do that, the Hamatan will do it for you real good. And that's what is happening. Nigerians are playing with and the people who know the value have crippled under Nigerians. And they know the price. Every Nigerian has a price. That you give him a plate of porridge, and they will sell off anything. They know. So they now know that if you use whatever somebody loves as a hobby to pay back a debt, whether it's equal to the value, he will accept. He will Olu, you take. And that's what's happened to Nigeria. That's why you have there's so much money involved in that industry. It's the liquid gold. And a lot of people who have got in there have turned it like a drug business. Highly sophisticated, robust, and protected. It's not for every man. And they know the level of money involved, and that's why they are doing what they're doing. So Dangote has been initiated into it, so he has joined the league. So whatever they say, let them know that we don't trust them. The final thing we are looking at is when you go to the filling station, the downstream, and say, put a liter of fuel in my car, or put it for me to go and burn my generator, and they say it's 1,000 until it leaves that. But our fear, why we are interested, is that from early indication, it's still moving up. It's not. There's nothing that they're doing
down
from all these things they're telling us now. With the amount of money Dangote is seeking to import crude, and whatever Ipman might be doing, and the amount of money they've told us they used to they keep importing, it means what has happened in recent past and continued in the recent present, and then our problem, how we have multiplier effect. Only God can save us.
5 people have been killed in Anambra, even Abia State, against the sit-at-home issue. But my problem is that we have not had the security operatives come out to say anything, or the government of Anambra State come out to respond to the attack of yesterday. It was really, really bad. I watched the video and it wasn't...
There's been the police, commissioner of police at the PRO of Anambra State government, Anambra State police headquarters in Anambra State have confirmed the incident, and they said they have, even some people who on the level of said don't quote us, are saying that they are investigating. That's whether they say anything or not. The citizen journalists have witnessed the event and spread it. It has gone around the world in 5 minutes. There's no way in the world the news of what happened in Abatete and what has been happening in several parts of Imo State, it doesn't go to. In fact, before it happens, it's even from Germany, you get all those are Nigerians in diaspora which send, they say, is this in real? Is it true it's happening? Even you that is in Nigeria. They are the people that first send the WhatsApp messages. Real, organic, it's not photoshopped. So when you see the video making round,
why is it that they are imposing the no sit-at-home order? There is no much security measures put in place. But if it has to do with elections, you have 35,000 policemen, 35 security, deployed to a particular state just for election. But sit at home. You see that these people are just out there on their own, and they say, come out and do your business on Mondays. But there are no security operatives to secure.
I've said it somewhere here. There were times the state government and the Southeast have tried, and I must give it to them, they tried. But it's not enough. Because part of what happens, the next morning now, or next Monday, you expect anybody in that vicinity to come out? The people have made good their threat. And they've always targeted soft targets to make these clear statements. So the government in Oka are seated in government house that you cannot access 30 meters without barricades, without the police, heavy anti-bomb vehicles and all the the platoons of police. For the governor sitting down in such government house, and all that government house in Southeast, it's easy. In some of them, they are not more in their state capitals. They are ruling, they are just sitting, they have their permanent office in Abuja. And they know. The ones that have stayed back here have cocooned themselves with security, and they make statements. Even when they move around to go to public events, there will be, you see, even the how afraid they are, even as governors, even the way they are speaking. So it's very obvious that it's not enough. The Southeast governors, you have tried, but you now see it's not enough to tell people, go out and do your business on Mondays. We need to do more. Whatever you need to do, I don't know. But I think engaging the stakeholders more and then looking for the real solutions. And the real solution that people say, go back to Abuja. Southeast governors, go back to Abuja. A lot of people have spoken and said so many things. Say, if Nnamdi Kanu is released, use it as a test, a litmus test to see whether peace will return to Southeast. And we are waiting for the presidency. We're waiting for Asewaju, the Jagaban. We're waiting for all the people to look towards that angle and see. Because they say the test of the pudding is in the eating. If with what we are suffering here now, the Southeast security is getting worse than the Northwest, Northeast, and whatever that will happen in Northern Nigeria. It's becoming alarming. So the sooner they meet together, and not on party level, which party, the Southeast governors, none of them, I don't think one or two of them are on one party. So the one they go beyond the party to assemble themselves, to think about how to move and appeal to Abuja, that's all, to look into the security situation in Anambra and in the Southeast. It's not going to get better soon.
Thank you very much, Chris Maduka, for your time this morning. All right, that's the most we can take for the review. We're going to go for a short break, and then we'll bring you the Internet Watch after that.
Hello and welcome to Internet Watch. I am Joshua Oritogun, your guide to the latest news, trends, and insight shaping our world today. From breaking headlines to stories that make you think, you've got it all covered. Well, let's dive right into it. So, kicking off today's Internet Watch, we'll dive into a story that is sparking conversation about housing affordability in Nigeria. Under the renewed Hope Estate initiative, one-bedroom apartments are set to cost around 9 million naira. And just in case you don't know, the renewed Hope, I beg your pardon now, let me take that again. Just in case you don't know, the Renewed Hope Estate is part of the housing initiative aimed at providing affordable housing solutions for low and medium income earners. So just think about it. Low and medium earners, 9 million naira for one bedroom. The development includes a 1, 2, and 3 bedroom semi-detached bungalows and is part of a broader goal to deliver 100,000 homes under the Renewed Hope Housing Cities and Estate Scheme. Now, this ambitious housing project is part of the broader plan to address Nigerians' housing deficit, but it has left many wondering, is the price within the reach for the average Nigerian? Don't forget you can be part of this conversation by using the hashtag Internet Watch, and by following us on all of our social media platforms. We are live on YouTube and Facebook at Signature TV News. Let's take a few comments. Senator Shehu Sani came up to say, so 3 bedroom is 27 million naira. Of course, if 1 bedroom is like 9 million, 2, and then 3, that's a lot of money. So 9 million naira, the original price. Then the unit will be bought by government officials and high-ranking individuals as per corruption, then resale at least 30 million. Oof. But that's just for 1 bedroom. I thought it was for the low and medium income earners. We don't need this kind of initiative because I know very well that those who actually need it won't have the privilege of getting it. Like, I know I would need something like that, but 9 million naira for just one bedroom flat. How much to Jackpot again? Omoba gave his own opinion. 90% of Nigerians can't afford it. In the end, it will fall in the hands of business people who will later rent it out at exorbitant rates. Do you get? Before you now start hearing that 2-bedroom is going to be like 30 million, or somebody obviously already said that. So let's break it down. Coming from Udo, with a 70k minimum
Recording
wage,
in
a civil
progress.
servant would need to save their entire salary for 10 years and 8 months. No eating, no transportation, no life, just to afford 1 bedroom. Who exactly is this estate for? Hashtag renewed hope for who? It's a very big question. Who exactly is this thing for? Sally, who came to voice his own opinion, 9 million for 1-bedroom apartment, and you called it renewed hope. may you be wanted to see may you be wanted to say renewed hopelessness. Well, where is hope in buying 1-bedroom apartment for 9 million naira? Well, questions that are running through my mind is that, is it going to be furnished? Is there going to be like TV, cushion, and all of those things? Landlords will be smiling at the banks. Renew Hope program has just increased rent funds. There should be a need in Nigeria to have a monthly fixed price of rent in Nigeria. That will actually be good, though. Just think about it. Like in houses in Lagos, monthly you just have to pay about like 50,000 naira, or let's say, depending on the areas, of course, again, because you can't expect people in, Ikoyi to come and doing same thing. I'm not going to say it out loud, but you know what I'm talking about. Of course, if you've been in Lagos or you stay in Lagos, then you understand what I'm saying. Again, you can be part of this conversation by using the hashtag Internet Watch. You can go to all of our social media platforms. You can make your own comments as well. I'll be taking a few either today or tomorrow. However it is, just know that I got you covered. Well, that is it for today's edition of Internet Watch. I am Joshua Ritogun, reminding you that knowledge opens doors to new possibilities. So keep learning, stay informed, and I will see you next time.
They can try quite right, but I don't think it can be achieved because when it comes to noise pollution, it's there already. It's there already. It can be stopped. If we know that most people sleep at night, you cut the noise or the music only for the daytime because the daytime is usually for business. You get use the daytime for some of these things. Then night you reduce it or you leave it totally for people stressed and all. Noise pollution is one of the problems in Enugu because religious areas, clubs, bars tend to build in residential areas. So I think to regulate it, we need to like move them out of residential areas and put them in areas where people do not live that much for them to be able to play music, and also incubate the use of samples and the rest for clubs and entertainment places. Basically, this is the first. I will applaud the government of Enugu State for this initiative. This is in Nigeria generally. This is like the first time in a state where people come out and say they want to combat, go fight a war against noise pollution. This is basically the first place now that I'm actually seeing it. And you're not combating corruption, you're not trying to fix one or two major things, you're going down to noise, which is applaudable. But I feel that generally, I think if the rate of noise in Enugu State, speakers and everything is reduced, I think it's for the betterment of everybody, not just for the rich alone. I mean, it's a change of culture. That is pure Western culture, and I think it's for the betterment of everybody. It's for the betterment of everybody.
It's a very good one, but they should allow us to play, but at a minimized volume. You know, there's no way you can run a bar without the music. You understand? But it should be moderate. Some are very lousy. Do you understand? Some bars their music is always very high. So depending on the location.
For me, it's a no-no. You understand? Because this is a bar. You understand? Where people come and relax and maybe have fun and stuff. So I'm of the opinion because for me, I don't like noise. You understand either. So I'm of the opinion that we can go by a low tone.
We are encouraging people to embrace the culture of acoustics. In layman's language, we say, make the place soundproof so that you can do your business and your neighbors can have their deserved rest. This is very important because I have over 1,000 commendations from residents of Enugu since we held our first public hearing, putting the residents on notice that help is on the way.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Recording stop.
We are glad to have you back. This is the Signature Morning on Signature TV, and this time around we'll be, we have our guests in our studio. We'll be discussing on the topic surviving in hard times and managing family cohesion. Of course, you know that a lot has been happening around us this day and this period, and a lot of people are striving to survive. So we're going to talk more about that. And we have Mr. Okoye Jonathan Oracle, also known as Oracle. He's the ex-banker, lecturer, human capital development and entrepreneurship, and he's also a writer. Good morning and welcome, Mr. Okoye.
Thank you very much for having me here.
How are you doing this morning?
Thanks. Thank God.
You were smiling. It doesn't seem like you. The hardship is telling on you.
Well, that's the only priceless gift God has given us. To smile away. Life, a smile is very infectious and it could heal psychological wounds. So smile is very important. You can't even shop it better from ShopRite. Because there's need always to wear smiles on your face. Yeah.
So this period is been heated. It's been a heated one for everyone in the country. Right. A lot of people are just facing different hard times, trying to survive. You see the price of fuel, you see the increase in cost of things in the market and all of that. So my question is, how are you surviving these hard times?
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Before we delve into the topic, there's need for us to really understand the true meaning of hard times from a holistic perspective.
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
And I want to believe that the framers of the topic did not limit it only to economic conditions.
Okay.
It's all embracing. It's all encompassing.
Definitely.
Yeah. And so, looking at it from a generic point of view, generic sense, you see hardship as a condition of difficulty, challenges, is it clear? Orchestrated by condition unbearable, and sometimes leading to frustration. Is it clear? And which presence now makes people bend people backwards, struggling to form a resilience and strong determination to overcome them in order to survive. Is it clear? And all these things are orchestrated by certain elements, certain factors, characterized by hard economic conditions, characterized by insecurity and conflicts, characterized by environmental challenges and health challenges too. Is it clear? All these have their own cumulative multiplier effect that tend to trigger off stressor stimuli that make people look funny. So that's the situation. If you are looking at it from Nigerian perspective, in the context of Nigeria, our own is a different ball game. Nigeria has been characterized, has been described in a pejorative sense as the poverty capital of the world.
Of the world.
And so, Nigeria have also been perceived as having a large heart for margin of tolerance, highly elastic in absorbing and having a appropriate capacity to manage this. So I will be surprised. The question asking me, how do I, as an individual, cope? They say, if you don't beat them, you join them. We are not joining, but people have their own different peculiarities, modus operandis, and the ways of adjusting in order to really coexist in society where there are clear demarcations, clear line between the rich and the poor, the bourgeois and the talakawas in society. So what do you do? So it is where this topic is considered very, very apt. And I think you are going to deal decisively, give it justice.
Yeah. So personally, how do you survive? How are you surviving your family?
Fine. I'm surviving because I've been unwittingly, I've now been compelled to start thinking inwards. Now, I've now cut my coat according to my clothes and no longer my size. Is it clear? I've been able to redefine my tastes, my consumption propensities. Is it clear? I've also been able to really adjust and begin to to embrace alternatives as close substitutes. These days, you cannot see people going to buy semovita. Some go and buy akpo. Some go and buy alibo. All this is still within classification of carbohydrates. It doesn't cost me anything. And also, this issue of in-between meals, it is no longer the issue now. You now have to really stagger and define based on our own economic pulse. Is it clear?
Do you still eat 3 square meals this period?
A
lot of people say you don't even eat 3 square meals. Some eat 001, some eat 01, 101, and all of that.
Is it?
What is it like for you?
I try to balance my diet reasonably. I'm not trying to really expand my taste and sophistication again. That's the issue. I remember my son even told me in university that, Father, condition is critical. One is finished. You see? And they now still adopt 010 or 001. I told, look, my friend, we are giving unpredicted invitation to health challenges. As much as possible, I try to eat reasonably. That situation. So for me, in summary, I try to live within my own means and not to subject myself to extreme starvation because of a poverty situation in Nigeria.
You talked about resilience.
Yes.
So I want you to expand more. What role does resilience, play in helping families to cope this hard time?
Fine. Resilience is a psychological weapon that makes you to really have the capacity to absorb, to have a Spartan spirit that is not going to be, it's not the end. Somewhere, sometime, there's a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. So don't be totally hopeless because of the orchestrations of the socio-economic quagmire in Nigeria. That should be raised that what has a beginning, at the end of the day, will eventually have an end. That's the strength of character, the power to be able to forge ahead, instead of caving and giving up.
That right now, families are having this cohesion.
Yes.
Do you understand? They are finding it hard to survive. Right. You see families, a husband, wife, having this cohesive problems between them because of the economic situation. A lot of people are trying to survive, and at the same time, they're trying to up their game. So, making families to face different problems. But right now, how do you think families should balance everything, to make sure they survive and still retain peace in their family?
Beautiful question. To tackle that, we look at cohesion in its own entirety. Managing family cohesion is not easy. Is it clear? It's not easy. And the cohesion family cohesion has to do with the psychological, emotional, and the social bond that bind people, members of family together in order to promote unity, peace, as you said. And they also made them have that sense of belonging. That is it. So in managing family cohesion, there is a need for us to have the capacity for communication. You have to define boundaries in order to retain respect for one another. So many things could trigger off a lot of frustrations, especially where the father has lost his unique role in the family, orchestrated by poor economic situation. So how would you, a hungry man is what? An angry man. And how do you expect him or deserve respect from him again? We have not been able to really, we have now unbundled, have not disintegrated that cohesive force that brings linkages, fondness, and the love for one another. So what you have to do is, as much as possible, try to tell them that united we shall all continue to stand as a family. That is where you begin to really elicit respect, create a sense of responsibility, create a feeling of partnership. So all of us are working together towards a common agenda in a family, which is the peace.
Well, you believe me that it's not easy to just say.
Some things that
when
is,
you keep saying, as a man in your family, you keep
Yes.
saying, let's work together and all of that, but there's little or no, or there's a shortage in what you provide. It still seems not strong. Words are no longer strong nowadays. So in that situation, what do you think the head of the family should do, or the breadwinner, whether be it the husband or the wife?
fine. You need the engagement. You need the engagement, cohesive engagement of every family. If there are gaps, shortage in supply of foodstuff or whatever, our utilities. For instance, now, you should be able to tell them to really begin to explore the innate creative potentials in them, to be able to also make contributions as members of the family. For instance, now, is it pumpkin or ugu? It's no longer sold for 100 naira. It's not 3 or 100, just a little bunch like that. So as a family, and trying to bring them together, all you need to do is to encourage the children to go and embark on this backyard gardening, farming. Is it clear? So that all of us have a reason to feel a sense of contribution towards achieving a beautiful delicacy of soup in family. And you as a man should also try to prioritize your own needs. Try to see the family as your first priority, first responsibility. So, but if you don't do that and subject them to the state of abandonment, the tendency is that that respect will not be there. And they will all begin to incline in respecting their mother or their sister because you have woefully failed in your primary duty of care.
You mentioned your son in university.
Who reminded me about 001, 010.
So I was coming to ask you. So how do you help your children generally to survive this hard time? How do you encourage them? How do they cope? Try to cope and survive these hard times.
Beautiful. Is it? I don't know. Maybe I'm particularly lucky. My son is involved in he's very creative, because it's not a question of churning out students as a mere conventional certificate carrying graduates, paper tiger, so to speak. At the end of the day, there's nothing to offer. After all, Nigerian government have told you in no unprintable terms that they can no longer offer employment. So that's why they introduced the entrepreneurial development. So my son has been able to learn one skill or the other. He now builds what they call, is it palm or whatever.
Okay.
So he places online. If they place online requests, they will bid. It doesn't affect his studies. So gladdened by that sense of initiative and independence, I had to give him money, about 50,000 naira, to encourage him. And now he has finished. He has now graduated. And now he's now going to expand his vision. That is creative thought, that talent will now begin to unlock that innate hidden potentials in them. It will now blow fast. So that's what it. But now, instead of going to Yahoo, or going to what do you call it, this Man U Chelsea club.
Betting.
No. He now sees something that keeps him busy. Is it clear? It's because he has been able to find out from the family he grew from. He has not seen the sense of direction father has given. He has not seen that discipline. It's not a question of abandonment of responsibility, application of no, that's not the issue. So that's why I'm particularly happy about that. The next time now he goes to Port Harcourt or whatever for youth service, I'm sure when he gets to NYC camp, he now begins to market and package his product very well. Thereby becoming that penchant for survival is already in him, because that instinct is already inbuilt.
So you're saying that every family, should try to, inculcate that sense of creativity in their children. Let them begin to do something instead of, falling out to become touts out there or joining gangs and all of that.
Let me even shock you with apology. Do you know that university education or education is not meant for everybody?
Why so?
Yes. There are people who are naturally endowed with potentials. but they are yet unlocked. You need a lot of encouragement. Is it clear? Encouragement. So you need to promote that. You need to tell them, do this, do that, do that, in order to survive, in order to be self-independent, in order to erase from their negative mindset this issue of entitlement mentality. That is what the problem. But down that thing looking at it, you didn't find it, it becomes a problem, it begins to throw it back on you. And what did you do? How were you able to lay the foundation through invitation, through mentorship, through encouragement? You did not do that. It's not enough to pay your student school fees and find them and graduate and come. They have graduated, they have made 2-1, half one, but they are hollow upstairs because they only rely on certificate as a meal ticket. But then said they have nothing to offer. The content is much important than the container.
Okay.
Are you not saying?
So what role does family play, making sure they bring out that content out of them?
Fine. You try to make sure that's where bonding comes in. That's where discipline, that's where the constitution of the family comes in. Now, instead of going to watch television, so I'm going to play Nigeria bet, so instead of having this loose neighborhood relationship, why don't you engage him in doing something at home? Engage him, do that. Why don't you take him to the backyard? Where to go garden, or even your poultry? Poultry, why don't you take him there? To take over, to step into the shoes you must have left behind. It's not a question of when you retire, you go back to the village, go there, complete your building, one day call it, I don't tire. How have you been able to do that? Have you forgotten as a man that when you retire from active service, you are going to marry 5 wives, which I reduced in my theory of a theory 5WX.
Okay, what does that mean?
5WX. The first W is, what do I do after my active service? That's the first wife I'm going to marry. What do I do? Why should I do it? You must do it to remain socially and economically relevant. Gone days, those perks of office, paraphernalia would have lost it. And nobody gives you brand envelope called TYS. Thank you, sir. Nobody. Why should I do it? Who should do it? The next wife is, when do I do it? You do it while in service. Is it clear? So you telling me that you cannot serve two masters at a time. It is when you're in service that begin to think of plan B. Is it clear? Now back to related to your own question now. Who does it? That wife, fourth wife, who does it? It is your wife, it is your children. By the time you come out, then you will have been able to have a critical evaluation through your constant, persistent overview, oversight function, what they are doing or not. You can now take over. Is it clear? Then finally, the last wife you are going to marry is, when do I do it? When service, and where do I do it? It is not when you finish, they begin to go to the backyard, start looking at where to start building poultry. The landlord will tell you that he doesn't want to hear smell of all this. I remember when we were in the banking sector, one of us, we were living a humongous, bogus life, cosmetic life. But one of us who saw tomorrow, like Nostradamus, he started business in the village. I declare this renter. He knows that people die a lot. I'm not paying for it. People have wedding. He went and established and hired them, renting of chairs. By the time he retired from service, he went to the village and started. By the time he has his own business. And now remember, when you get out of service, you also face the challenges of how to move. You already beclouded with fears and phobia. What do I do? We now begin to talk of the issue of analyzing yourself, critical self-evaluation and examination using SWOT analysis. Where do I now have my strength?
Weakness, yeah.
Where do I have strength to continue and cope with all these things? Do I have the capacity? Do I have the financial capacity? Where is my weakness? My weakness is that I have phobia. I have the aversion for risk. I now begin to think of taking calculated risk or not. Where do I have opportunity? Opportunity eroded you because while you're in service, you did not see tomorrow. You didn't see the opportunity, unlike a colleague that saw his opportunity and took advantage of that. And what is your own threat? Your threat is that you are afraid of the village life. So these are part of all this.
You made mention of S when you were talking about the 5 wives.
Yes.
You made mention of S.
I bet theory 5WX.
Eh.
5W is 5, the H is the husband. You are the person.
Oh, okay.
5W plus H.
Okay.
You are the husband. You must, there's no way, you must face the unfolding realities that it stares on the face. So, encouraging yourself for survival, you need to be able to be better than thinking was. Then begin to expand their vision through constructive engagement, through collaboration, through partnership, through education, so that you'll be able to learn more, build their skills, gather new knowledge, gather new set of information. These things will enable you to learn, to be forward-looking.
Apart from a civil servant, to an average Nigerian, maybe who hasn't even gone to school, an illiterate out there who is just surviving on this mama put, buying and selling to survive on a daily basis, what advice would you give them? What strategy do you think they have to imbibe to survive these hard times?
Beautiful. Remember, I told you, my grandmother, who has lost her dentition over the years, used to tell us that passing seas is not passing sense.
Okay.
So it's not the it's not the certificate that places food on the table. Now, what you have to do is that teamwork, team spirit in your family is important. I know a woman who staggers activities. In the morning, he sells akamu, and in the evening, he fries plantain. Mama put. The children, when they come, they will all retire and help their mother at Chim Avenue in the evening. They don't have a permanent place, but in the evening, that place has now become very classic and is known to everybody. And he used that to train toward them in the university. So it's not a question of having high shoulders. You should be able to submit and subject yourself to humility. Those things start from the family foundation. Is it clear? Where you come from. But if you want to give your child the impression that you can do it all alone, then of course you only have to try the much you can, and the blames they will pour it on you because you don't carry them along. A captain in a team does not mean that he plays better than others, but the ability to mobilize, motivate, the courage to correct people, impart, the vision, the ability also to set the pathways, the bearing and the roadmap towards actualizing the vision. If you are blind, you are not futuristic, how can your children learn? You don't put a cluster in the parlor and start watching television. At the end of the day, they fall back on you. Have you been able to tell them that an idle man,
Man is a devil's auction.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to ask because the government, usually give out some palliatives to citizens. I wanted to know, as a civil servant, have you ever gotten any palliative, any of this hunger palliative to survive?
I have not gotten hunger palliative because I did not incline my mind towards that.
Okay.
That will be a negative mindset. And if you don't get it, hopefully that they are sharing it, all your hopes are now anchored and built on that. The moment you don't get it, you have created more problems. You have double your problem. The best thing is to think of what can I offer. Do I have this? Look at the needs analysis in society. Look at the gaps. Can I fill certain gaps by providing one service or one product? Is it clear? These are part. Don't hope government to give you cosmetic promises. That will never come to be. All you have to do is start living in a state of hopelessness. So I've not received anyone. I don't want to rebuild my mind towards that because it will create a lot of problem for me.
Okay. How do you do what do you do about budgeting? Because people say before, I was taught that going to the market, you go with lists of things, you're going to buy this for this amount and all of that. Is that still so for you now? The list you have when you go to the market, is it the same?
You see, there's not budget is just a mere supposition. It's not a reality. And when there's nothing like a natural price in the marketplace. Price is a function, interplay of the forces of demand and supply. Is it clear? So this thing has created a lot of problems in families, budgeting between wives and the husbands. Because what you budget today, because of the changing prices in the market, commodity prices. Is it clear? So what you budget now to go and buy, by the time tomorrow the price changes. Having a situation where husbands and wives are even quarrel and say, look, my friend, you have to follow me to the market and see what I said. So what you now do is, in our common economic logic, that's what we call scale of preference. They have changed it now to what we call scale of relative valuation. Is it clear? Scale of relative valuation. Even when you have all this, you have to want to buy this, you want to buy that, in order of preference. But when you get there, you have to really distinguish between economic need and desire. That will enable you alter the setting in your budget. What this thing I've put here, is it within my budget line, budget definition? Is it a luxury? So that's not like budgeting is just, you have to really cut your coat according to your cloth. I'm not budget because there's no finality to budgeting now in Nigeria. Because a lot of supervening circumstances will come and alter the budget lines.
You talked about the wants, right? And
Needs.
the economic needs.
Economic needs.
Can you expatiate on
Fine.
what?
I mentioned here about needs analysis. Needs analysis. What and what do we need in the family? Is it clear? When you come now, your husband, your wife, your children from school, they say, Daddy, our DSTV has finished. Is it clear? He doesn't know. He wants to create extra Panadol in your head. Is it economic need? Is it a desire? Is it want? So you need to think of how do I prioritize my needs according to the pressure exert on my economic pulse, based on my needs analysis. Is it the painter of Gary? That's more important to me now than the TV, the Go TV, to satisfy their persuasions and passion, narrow selfish passions and persuasion. That's what I'm thinking of. You don't look at that. Select those ones that really have economic pressure and the needs.
Okay. You made mention that government really, you shouldn't base on what government can give you. But I still believe that a lot of people out there still believe that government have roles they have to play, you know, in helping people to come out from this or survive these hard times. Don't you see other things, other roles government can play in making sure that this hardship and this poverty is being coped to some extent?
Fine. The role basically government play, part of their social justice, social responsibility, is to create a network of roads, facilities that will make life livable. Is it clear? If, for instance, the roads to the farmland is not motorable, to go and harvest things to wait the market from Calagos or so. Now, how can people there in ENUGU enjoy the plentiful thing in the village? They cannot, because there's no way you can ferry them across here. And the little one at Obwete, now they have a lot of pressure on the little one, and the prices will also increase. So I think basically what government will do is to provide the social facilities that will enable life, that will make life worth living. So because it's not their money, it is taxpayers' money. But they're not interested in doing. They only try to give you promises as it's part of democracy, dividends are going to enjoy. At the end of the day, you will not see the dividend. Or they just come and flash the roads and get away and share the money. Ghana must go. And they wait for your vote the next 4 years. So what do you think? People have lost hope in government. And that's why everybody's struggling to be in power, so that they can now steal as much as possible, to the detriment of the majority of people they consider as the underdogs in society. So people have lost hope. Look at the fuel prices.
I was coming to ask you, how are you coping with the prices of fuel right now?
Let me tell you, look, my sister, let me tell you, 2 days from Emene to Zuxhaven and going by, I spent 8,500 fuel. And I regretted that. I could have taken bus. It would have been a lot cheaper. Is it clear? Coming to this place now, I've now got about 10,000 fuel. In order to cope with the time. So all this have negative consequence multiplier effects on commodity, on the rent. House, the landlord has increased the rent by 150,000, 200,000.
Wow.
I have told you that if you don't like, back out. If you are fed up with him, you fed out. That was his own language. So all these things are multiplier effects that has a spillover. Every activity is connected to what?
Transportation.
So it's not a question of coping. So all you have to do now to bury and sacrifice, crucify other desires, other ones, in order to attend to these ones that are very important. Like coming to this place, very important. I cannot trek from that place to this place. So I need to really, whether I like it or not, I need to do that.
All right. So I wanted to let you go because of time, but I'm still really inspired by how your stories and how you survive, and of course the ones you told about your son. Yeah. What other advice would you give all the families out there, to survive? Because I know that they usually say that all fingers are not equal.
Yeah.
Yes. Families differ from families. So what advice do you think maybe low-class families should imbibe in order to survive? This is Yuletide season. This is a season of celebration. Well, I don't think a lot of families are all excited about Christmas, about buying stuff because of the high cost of things. What advice would you give to them?
Beautiful. You see, like right, but all fingers are not equal. And you need to tell the children the fatal reality, the truth. Now, we are not going home for Christmas because you cannot buy a bag of rice for 100 and something thousand. But that's what they call communalization strategy. You need to combine with this family, so that they can now contribute and buy. And again, last time, remember, we hired vehicle. We use our own vehicle to go. No, look, this time you are going to contribute money so that these 2 or 3 families, you hire bus together and cut down on all this. That's the communalization strategy. Is it clear? So you should tell them, look, we are not going to cook rice again. Rather, we'll cook yam. There's nothing wrong with that. They don't say that this rice is a Sunday medicine. We must cook it. Look, yesterday I only ate, on Sunday I only ate yam, not rice. Unlike in those days. And I enjoyed it with ofaku. Tinkum ideology. Tinkum. Tell them that these are the natural recipes, natural food. Don't go on all these cosmetic things. The moment you let them know that we must live to the fatal reality of the time, the better. And they begin to know that of the truth. My father said on the truth. It's not when you go and buy gold in your hand and you tell them there's no food in the house and you're wearing trinket and you're wearing that. How would they believe you? How would your child believe you? And you're putting on this umbrella, what do you call it, and you tell them there's no food in the house. What is the truth? How can you reconcile that to the child that is hungry?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Okoye Jonathan. I think you have actually shed more light to this topic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
The Oracle. He's an ex-banker, lecturer, human capital developer, and of course, that's on entrepreneurship. And he also is a writer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Just like I said, having worked, you can see, I know that time is up. You can see this book. Look at it, The Whipping Banker. It's a scenario that captures what you are saying. Look at the banker having money, here it is whipping. That gives you the graphic illustration that the Nigerian economy is very bad.
Thank you very much
for
that. All right, we're going to a short break and we'll come back. We'll bring you order discussions. You don't go anywhere.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the
killed.
main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We're glad to still have you back. This is Signature Morning and Signature TV. We'll be moving ahead to another discussion. We're talking about scarcity of Naira and POS operators. And to discuss this further is Francis Chinonso Ibeto. He's the chairman of Association of Mobile Money Bank Agents in Nigeria, AMBAN, Anambra State Chapter. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Mr. Ibeto, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
So quickly, I would want to ask you, what would you, say are major causes of cash scarcity in Nigeria right now?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that question. Before we start talking about the major causes of cash scarcity in Nigeria now, we need to look back to February 2023 when CBN came up with the issue of a new Naira notes and limits on cash withdrawal in our commercial bank. So we all know what really happened that last year, and a lot of people went through hell because presently now, as things are now, you cannot, as a QS operator or as a Nigerian, go to any commercial bank in Nigeria and be able to withdraw more than 20,000 naira. And you know how things work in this country. Some people took advantage of it last year to be hoarding cash. That last year that led to issue of this selling of cash. Thank God that our security agencies were able to do one or two things to at least reduce it. So, but the current situation on ground now is that most commercial bank in Nigeria doesn't have enough cash to give out. And in common economy, when there is an increase in demand, because our businessmen, our farmers, they don't have access to cash the way they used to because of this cashless economy the CBN introduced. So they don't have access to cash. So they can readily get this cash. And because of what happened during the cashless policy last year, some traders, farmers are now afraid of lodging their money into the commercial bank. So what is happening now is this. Some of them, instead of moving the money to the commercial bank, they now rely on POS operators, which is a common terminology used in Nigeria, but the right word is agent bankers, to come to their location to pick up this cash. Because imagine the situation whereby, for example, I'm a POS operator, and on a daily basis, I need up to, let's say, 2 million naira cash or more to do business. But when I go to bank to source money, they can only issue me 20,000 naira. So as a businessman, I will find a way to go into the supermarket, filling stations, to source that cash from them. And since those cash are being sourced from the right source now, most of these business owners, they have built a kind of good relationship with agent bankers that made them that they are now reducing the risk of moving cash to the bank, because agent bankers will always come to them to source out cash, knowing fully well that they cannot source from the bank. Let me stop for now. Thank you.
So it is not a natural thing for everyone, but it's just a strategic thing for business people. But I'm just wondering, because a lot of people are beginning to worry that very soon there's not going to be cash out there, even it is also glaring at our faces right now. But what is the major role of POS operators with these business people? Because I believe they're supposed to have gone to the bank straight to get this cash.
The sincere truth is this: if you have the opportunity of interviewing some business people around, for example, let me use Onitsha as an example. Majority of them suffered a lot during this cashless policy last year. So they don't want a reputation of this kind of thing in 2024. So they prefer giving out money to agent bankers around them, so that whenever they need the money, they can easily source it back from the agent banker, because they know quite well that if they go to bank to source money, they can only get 20,000 maximum. And sincerely speaking, this issue of cashless policy is a wonderful development. We, the members of AMBA, we welcome it, but the method in which it was implemented was so rapid that Nigerians are not yet ready for it. So that is what is causing all this scarcity we are experiencing. I must tell you the truth. As I'm talking to you this morning, I'm not even sure of the cash that I will use to work in my office this morning. That is to show you how bad the situation of this scarcity is and how it is affecting us, the agent banker. So it's not a funny issue. Although as an association of mobile money bank agents in Nigeria is working so hard to be able to see how we can be able to collaborate with the CBN and other relevant authorities within the financial institutions to make cash available to agent bankers, because agent bankers are the only patriotic Nigerians we have right now, and I will prove it. If you go around, the first guest that spoke before I joined the program was talking about hardship that is going on across Nigeria. POS operators are the only business people in Nigeria that have refused to increase their charges, despite the fact that there is a hyperinflation in Nigeria today. They know that they are the last mile, and without them, a lot of businesses will suffer in Nigeria today. Thank you.
Do you just say that did not increase the price?
Yes.
Mr. Ibeto, can you hear me?
I said so. Yes, I'm with you. I said yes.
But we see every time that when you go to a POS operator to get cash, the price keeps increasing. I remember from last 2 months, when you go to get 5,000 naira, the charge is not the same with what it is right now.
Yes. Because of a high cost of our mopping materials right now, like for example, the printing paper and multi-taxation that US operators are facing right now, there is just a slight increase in charge, but you can't compare it with the increment we are having, the percentage of increment we are having in other commodities. That is what I'm trying to say. Let's assume that somebody is charging 100 naira before now, and the person added, let's say, 20 naira to it, is 120. You can't use it to compare with the way things are skyrocketing in the market right now.
You said the cash scarcity is a welcome development, and at the same time you complaining about getting access to cash. So I'm wondering, can you tell us why you think the scarcity of...
No, I never said that scarcity is a welcome development. I said digital payment platform is a welcome development, which is cashless policy. That is what I said. I never said cash scarcity is a welcome development. Let me make it clear there. So you can continue with your question, ma'am.
All right. You are the chairman, Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents. Why are there levies, some sort of levies, introduction of levies to POS operators? I mean, because we've interviewed some of the POS operators, and they keep talking about the levy, the high levy they pay. I know for them to recover that amount, they have to increase their charge. So my question is, why is there an increase in levy being paid by POS operators?
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know the particular location you are referring to, but let me talk about Anambra State because we are in Anambra, although we have our association across Nigeria. So there have been a lot of levies that are being directed towards POS operators in Anambra. We as a body have worked so hard to make sure that whenever such levy comes upon POS operators, we make sure we find a way around it. As I am talking to you now, no POS operator is being levied in Anambra. I can say that one for sure. I can't say for Imo, I can't say for Abia, I can't say for ENUGU, I can't say for Lagos State, but I'm talking about Anambra State because we know how, I want us to get something straight here. Most of the times, ordinary Nigerians think that these POS operators make thousands of naira on a daily basis. Things doesn't work that way.
Mr. Beto, are you there? All right, we're still talking about the challenges, of course, and all the things being faced by the scarcity of Naira and POS operators. A lot of controversies surrounding the POS increase in charges per Naira, per any thousand, 1,000 Naira. Actually, when you want to withdraw any particular amount of money, you have to pay some charge. But the problem now is the constant increase in the charges, and why is there scarcity of Naira? I think we have the guest back. Mr. Beto, are you there?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, you were saying something. Please do continue.
Okay, I was saying I need to use this platform to educate Nigerians. Let me start from this number one. As long as Nigeria is concerned today, POS business is one of the highest employer of labor in Nigeria. Because of the high level of unemployment in Nigeria right now, an average Nigerian can easily use 50,000 naira or 100,000 naira to set up a POS business and continue. But let's make one thing clear. POS operators or agent bankers are not making as much as an ordinary Nigerian thinks that they are making on a daily basis. Some make between 2,000 at an average, 2,000 to 5,000 naira on a daily basis. Just imagine a situation with the cost of fuel, the cost of feeding and the rest, what 2,000 or 5,000 naira can do for an average Nigerian in the current situation of things. So majority that are in the business are into the business there because they want to survive. And thank God that I can hit my chest and say that today that POS operators or agency banking business have helped to make Nigerian society better. It has helped to reduce crime within our society because most of the youths that are into this business are now engaged. They can't invest their time again into criminal activity. And to POS operators that are listening to us right now, since there is a current challenge, especially in the area of scarcity, like we always train our members, agency banking business goes beyond cash in and cash out. We are encouraging our members to go into BVN enrollment, NIN enrollment, collection of payment, bill payment like micro pension, insurance, and rest. So that if you cannot be able to generate money from cash in, cash out, you can be able to generate money from NIN or BVN or selling of insurance and other financial products. Because the economy now is not really friendly. So if you are a POS operator, or should I say an agent banker listening to us today, please invest your time into all these services, because all of them are part of agency banking. And our primary goal is to make sure that every Nigeria is financially included, because that is where the Central Bank of Nigeria is working so hard to make sure that the project is really achieved. Thank you.
Can you tell us the roles of AMBAN, the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria? What roles do they play?
Okay, basically, AMBAN is an umbrella body for POS operators in Nigeria. Our primary role is to, first and foremost, to educate POS operators. If there's an information that I will reveal to you that will shock you. You know, in 2013, CBN came up with a policy, agency banking policy, as in guideline on agency banking. If I tell you that majority, up to 60% of POS operators in Nigeria are not even aware of this policy, that's the reason why a sizable number of POS operators are operating illegally. Like, for example, let me give you an example here. It's illegal for a POS operator to hawk POS. Nowadays, you will see people moving around with POS. Do your POS here, do your POS here. It's illegal. It's illegal to do POS business under an umbrella or under a tree. It's illegal for you to move from one location to another. But because it is not all the POS operators in Nigeria are registered as AMBAN members. Most of them are not even aware of it, and they are operating illegal. And that is what brought us to an issue that will soon comment nationwide, which is agent JTF. The role of the agent JTF is to make sure that every POS operator is operating within the CBN guidelines on agency banking, because this will help to reduce the high level of criminal activities going on within the agency banking space. Because nowadays we hear a lot of stories about how somebody is being defrauded, how POS locations are used for criminal activities. It's because of there is no proper training among agency banking space. But to our members, they don't have issues with that because they are properly trained. Then, whenever any of our members have issues, they did the right thing, but because of one thing or the other, Nigerian factor, one person or group of persons want to intimidate them, we come to intervene. We also provide a low interest rate loan to our members in collaboration with some financial institutions. We also provide a NIN device, BVN device to our members to enable them to take advantage of their environment by helping to enroll people within their environment to NIN or BVN, or to open an account for people around them, because all these things is towards a financial inclusion agenda of CBN. So there is a lot of benefits an AMBAN member gets that non-AMBAN members are not getting. So that is why I encourage you, if you are a POS operator and you are listening to us, kindly make effort to join AMBAN. It's an investment that is worth investing in, as long as you are a POS operator, because this business is very risky. Thank you.
Does AMBAN regulate the operations of POS, or is it just to support them? Does it regulate their operations?
Let me be sincere with you. AMBAN regulates the operation of its members. Like I said earlier, not every POS operator is a member of AMBAN. So you can't regulate activity of somebody that is not your member. So, but like I said earlier, we are working on something, agent JTF, in a collaboration with the security agencies and the MMOs, to make sure that this particular sector is properly regulated, because it will be of public interest if this particular sector is properly regulated. Number one, it will harmonize charges. That is number one. Then it will help fight financial crime that is increasing on a daily basis in the agency banking space. I know you are a journalist. You might be hearing all these stories of maybe PS location using as a cash out location for criminal activities. We hear a lot of stories on a daily basis because we have agents scattered across Nigeria. So if a crime is being committed in Maiduguri today, within a space of 5 minutes, the information is spread across because we have members across Nigeria. So by God's special grace, we love in a situation whereby this particular space will be regulated, because the reason why criminals are infiltrating the sector is because it is not properly regulated.
So what strategies can be adopted to ensure steady flow of cash to POS operators?
Okay, thank you. As it stands now, like I said earlier, our association is working closely with the Central Bank of Nigeria and other deposit banks, commercial banks, to see, because Christmas, December, January, and February period is a period that we make a lot of profit. Let me just sound like that. And you know, our raw material is cash, and without cash, you can't do much. So as I'm speaking to you now, at our national body, the members of National Executive Council of the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents are into agreement with all these relevant bodies that I mentioned earlier to see how we can work together to provide that needed cash to POS operators, because we all remembered what happened during COVID-19. Without POS operators, a lot of Nigerians will pass through hell. The same thing happened last year. So we are working behind the scene to make sure that cash is being provided to POS operators to enable us to serve Nigerians well, especially at this festive period. So very soon, you will start seeing the effect. But I must tell you, it's not something that will end quickly. There is no quick fix to this. But we'll try as much as possible to make sure at least we'll add more value, especially during this festive period. But it's not going to be easy. Thank you.
All right. I wanted to ask you finally, before we wrap up on this particular discussion, are there any alternatives to POS that people should use during this scarcity period?
No.
So every Nigerian should resort to POS operators to be able to get cash.
That is why we are in the business. We are your closest friend. We are your closest partner in your businesses. So you don't have any other option except us, because we are always here to serve you.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Ibeto Francis Chinon, so Chairman Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria, and the AMBAM, Anambra State Chapter. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much for having me, and I will always make myself available whenever you need me to explain anything that has to do with the agency banking or POS operation in Nigeria.
Definitely. We're going to continue this discussion some other time. All right, and that's where we're going to wrap up on this particular discussion. But don't worry, you can always continue to watch us or drop your comment on all our social media platforms at Signature TV News. We are live 24/7 on YouTube at Signature TV. And right now it's time for us to link you up to our Abuja studio for the continuation of Signature Morning Show. My name is Belinda Mwobodo. Don't forget, today is World Toilet Day. This is a day where you look back and clean your toilets. Don't allow it to become a threat to your health. See you other time.
are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Spidemi market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning. My name is Godwin Sunday. COP29, or the 29th Conference of the Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, is currently ongoing and taking place in Baku in Azerbaijan, which started from November 11th and it will last till November 22, 2024. This year's conference is crucial in addressing the climate crisis with a focus on finance, as trillions of dollars are required for countries to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions and protect lives and livelihood. The conference aims to accelerate actions to tackle the climate crisis, with world leaders coming together to advance concrete solutions. A key focus area is the presentation of an updated National Climate Action Plan under the Paris Agreement, which are due by early 2025. COP29 has been labeled the Finance Corp because delegates are expected to sign off on a new funding target for developed countries to support developing countries in cutting greenhouse gas emissions and dealing with the worsening impact of climate change. Joining me right now, all the way from Baku in Azerbaijan, is Usman Bashir, who is also the national speaker for National Youth Movement. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Usman. Good morning, Usman. If you can hear me, good morning. All right, while we're trying to look at the impact of this conference so far and what Nigeria stands to benefit from this conference, we'll try to look at delegates, Nigerian delegates right now, even in Azerbaijan, talk to us about some of the happenings in Azerbaijan, even this morning, looking at some of our contributions so far. It has been a welcome development. But then let's get to hear from Usman, who is on standby in Azerbaijan this morning to talk to us. Good morning, Bashir Usman. Are you there right now? All right, we'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking to Bashir Usman Shagari, who is in Baku, Azerbaijan, to give us update on the COP29 as it's going on right now. Please stay with us as Signature Morning continues in a moment.
Personally, as much as I work here, the prices of product, the floor, the materials for production has increased. So invariably, it has affected virtually everything we do here. The only thing that has not affected is salary. It cannot affect salary, but the demand for bread has reduced drastically. For premium bakery, to the best of my knowledge, the price is just a little bit increased, a little bit, just little adjustment. The round bread usually goes for 200, now 250.
It has affected us negatively. In fact, the price of everything has increased. We usually buy, I think early this year, we buy flour at the rate of 35,000. But now it has gone up to 65,000. In fact, at the time we buy flour up to 85,000. The price of butter, the price of gas. So definitely, the price of bread will go up. And because the price of bread has gone up, it has also affected the demand on bread. We bake up to 7 bags. Last year, we baked up to 7 bags in a day, but now we bake like 2 bags. So it has affected our sales also. If the government can come in and bring down the price of flour and other baking materials and make production easy for us, we'll be very glad.
To be honest, it's really affecting. It's really affecting. Like everything changed. Like things are very cost in the market, and we that is doing the production at times it's not been easy for us. Sometimes if we do the bread, people will complaining the bread is small, this and that. But to us, we are not even benefiting anything much inside, because before we go to market and buy the way things are now, my brother, you choke. People are really suffering. People are suffering. Even we doing the work, we are suffering. It's not be easy for us. So how which government would look into this matter and do something about it and help us out? We are all complaining. It's not easy for everybody. It's not easy for everyone. So let them do something about it. Let them work on it, please. We are begging. We are begging. Let them work on it and help us all.
The government should do something about the price of law. I don't even want to talk about the price the equivalent of naira to dollar. That one is old story. But this incessant, continuous increase in price of fuel, Kai, I don't know what the government do. I don't know what Tinubu is planning. He should replan before he will not have anybody to rule again, so that people will not die of starvation and hunger. We are not selling as much as we are selling before. By this time last year, we buy flour 30-something thousand, sugar within that range, but sugar is almost 100,000. We bought butter, a carton of butter, few months ago, 20-something. This month, as I'm talking about, 50. So where do we go from here? Abego, Tinubu and his ally, they should please have mercy on the masses before we go and meet our creator before the time.
Honestly, it's not easy. It's not easy. When we started, I remember a bag of flour is 28,200. But now, as we speak, a bag of flour is 62,500 naira. A bag of sugar is 82,100 naira without transportation. So by the time you purchase all those things, and you have to set 2 workers, you have to maintain your machine, you have to eat, and you have to pay electricity bill, you buy water. Honestly, it's not funny. It's not funny. Producing bread now is just like most of the bakeries produce chaff, nothing but chaff. Because if you say you want to add ingredients, butter and milk, and water and whatsoever you and other things. So how will you gain? What is your profit at the end of the day? You realize nothing. So as you just take a look at this house. We are supposed to be producing by now, but we are not, because the things is hurting us, is hitting us deeply. So it's not easy.
The economy of this country, I don't see any way forward in the country, because the country is being built on the rich men and the politician. They have built the country in their favor. We, the poor masses, are just in open prison in this country. From the way things are going, if you understand, you see the FIRS, they just paste their memo for recruitment. And they said is within the years of 27 to 30, a graduate of Nigeria that gone to NYC through the poor masses will be in the year of 30-something and above before being a graduate. How do you think such person will get the work? Now you will see all Nigeria running to NIM to see if they can bring down their age to apply. So the country is just built for the rich. We, the poor masses, I don't see anything for us in this country.
And in Nigeria, due to lack of knowledge, a lot of them are, even the leaders, they don't have they call it common sense, but it wasn't common sense. We are shouting, Buhari didn't go to schools, they talk all these things, finish. Yet Buhari managed this country. We weren't suffering like this. Can you imagine a bag of rice now is 90,000? Then tell me, can you afford it yourself with your salary? So these are the things we are talking about. Tinubu shouldn't betray the opportunity God gave him. You know, God give people chance. He give them chance, but they don't want to utilize it properly. And when God just turn his back, they will say, they've killed him, or they've do so, but they are the cause. So, my dear, I don't like to really talk about this nation. It's embarrassing.
I did not see hardship, but I see Nigeria moving forward. But as for hardship, I did not see hardship. Because I remember that year when they said, I remember we buy a bag of rice, 1,500 naira, the other year, from 1,500 to 7,000. So it's now 15,000. My country is moving forward. Everything, we are hoping Tinubu should continue within a while. It was not something that has spoiled for how many years. We don't expect him to repair it under 1 year or 2 years. So with that, things will be okay.
current economy in Nigeria is very, very bad. For instance, I'm a businessman and the price of goods goes up almost every 2 weeks when I go to the market to buy goods. It's just very, very annoying, but we're hoping that it will get better. But we don't see any good thing coming soon. The generation that we have, T-Pain, is kind of funny, but it's annoying and it's very, very sad. So I hope that maybe one day God or a good person in government can do something better for us, because our basic things are not even affordable anymore. So I pray that in the future, something better will come up. Government will do better, and the people too will see a better way to lead their life than we are now. Because going by this method, the country is going down.
Welcome back, and just in case you're just joining us, it is still Signature Morning. We sincerely apologize for our inability to bring in at this point in time Usman Shagari, who is in Baku in Azerbaijan, to join in this conversation. We understand that they're having a network challenge even in Azerbaijan this morning, but we'll find a way around it to ensure that he joins us in this conversation. Right here, we'll be talking to going to another conversation with Mrs. Victoria Yusuf, who is in the studio with us this morning. But before we get into the conversation, let me even bring a background to this conversation for this morning. Well, the rate of divorce in Nigeria varies, depends on the region and cultural context. In the southern part of Nigeria, studies have reported divorce rate is as high as 30% among certain ethnic groups. A more recent study found over half of respondents, 53.5%, agreed that the rate of marriage failure and divorce in Nigeria is really high. It is worth noting that divorce rates can differ significantly across different parts of the country. For example, one study found that the highest divorce rates were found in monogamous marriages in Nigeria. While there still is single definitive statistics on the rate of divorce in Nigeria, these studies suggest that it is significant issues of affecting many families and communities across the country. Before we get into the conversation, let me welcome you to a Signature Morning, Mrs. Victoria Yusufu.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here again.
All right, so let's get into the conversation. Now, you heard the statistics. It has shown that we've had a lot of divorce cases in Nigeria. What do you make of this development? What could be the factor that must have necessitated divorce cases in Nigeria?
Well, there are so many factors that lead to divorce rates going up. So a lot of times it could be just because of communication issues, people's ideology or philosophy about marriage, even before they enter into it, can actually determine the success or otherwise of someone's relationship. Because a lot of people already have a mindset that if I go into this relationship, if it doesn't work, I have a way out. That's why people sign premium agreements, okay? So people know that if I go, if it works out, fine, I'll be there. If it doesn't work for me, I could as well just leave. Or some people might feel that divorce, when they do court, for example, they know that the assets and the things that they have acquired over the years will be split between them. So some people feel that, okay, I prefer to go through having a divorce and having some large sum of money assigned to me than for me to continue in this toxic relationship. So when people feel that they can't continue anymore, they can't endure with their partner, they just feel that, okay, some other people have done it and they are good, or they are well-to-do, or they are even better off than when they are married to that person. So they feel that, yeah, they can do it.
So again, the statistics have shown that most divorce cases happen in monogamous home. One would have expected that to expect that kind of high rate in a polygamy system, but in a monogamous home, it sounds shocking. Are there things that could have necessitated more divorce cases in a monogamous relationship?
I think one of the things is that a lot of people go into marriage with wrong ideas. Some people, we see people going through schools with so many years, they put so many years into their education, into their work, into their jobs, but they don't spend so much time learning about this relationship, learning about marriage before they go into marriage. So when they get burnt just a little, many people don't even know what marriage entails. So when you are inside, maybe during the courtship period, the man is doing so many things for you, the lady is doing so many things for you, and you feel that, oh, this is how marriage is, and it's going to be all rosy. But when there's a little friction and there's a little, in fact, I'm done, I'm out. And that's one of the reasons why we need to deliberately instill the right values into our youths, that marriage and life generally is a battlefield. You don't expect life to be all rosy because for example, a youth now that comes out of secondary school, you have to maybe write JAM, NECO and all that. You have to know that you have to put in your effort. The same way with relationship. If you go to university, you have to put in effort. You don't just go for lectures when you want to. You don't clean your hostel when you want to. You do certain things, managing your time, your skills, developing yourself, and giving it your all. So the same thing applies to relationship and marriage. You need to deliberately put in your all, not minding the person's weakness. Nobody is perfect. So if you enter in this relationship and you see that, oh, my husband is not as neat as I thought, or my wife is not as prudent as I thought, or they are not as organized as I thought, you have to sit back and rearrange your thinking, rearrange your mindset and say, this is going to work. I'm already here, and so we're going to make it work together.
All right, Mrs. Victoria, to a very large extent, the southern part of Nigeria tend to take the front burner in this conversation of divorce cases, because in the south, about 53.4% on the survey has shown that a lot of divorce cases are going on in the south. And you agreed with me again that the south is more of Christian communities than even far north. And right now we're seeing that could it be that the institution that do counseling on marriages could also be getting something wrong at this point in time?
Well, I wouldn't say they have it wrong totally, and I won't say they have it right totally. The reason is that human relationship is dynamic. There is no one-way rule that says this is exactly how to sit, stand, talk, speak, do everything in marriage. Because our temperaments are different. The way even this institution lecture people or counsel people are also very different. So you can't totally put the blame on them, because a lot of times they try to do events. Like during the weekend, I was saying I had 4 different speaking engagements in different places. We are trying our best to actually counsel people, but how many people are willing to change? I remember one of the examples I was giving. Somebody asked a questions, and and I was giving back, and one other person in the audience was saying, "Have you had such an experience?" And I was not like, you don't really always have to have an experience for you to counsel people. So some people have that notion that they are not receptive to accepting counsel or correction. Some people might even go for all this counseling, go for programs, and at the end of the day, implementing it in their lives is an issue. So that's why I would stand with the institution that they are trying their best. Yes, we might have side effects, or we might have lacked in some areas. We might not be consistent enough. We might not be pushing these informations out at the right times or to the right set of people. We might not have been able to carry the children, the teenagers, the youth, and the married people along. And because of that, we might have these lapses. However, it also depends on the individual to accept this information, process it, and actually act it out. You will see a lot of people tell you that, why will I be opening the door for my wife? Is her hand broken? Even though these things might not necessarily be the reason why your marriage will succeed, but at least it has a way of helping you enjoy it better. So there are several things that are out there, informations that are out there that we push out as counselors on air, through different media, on magazines and all that. But how many people are willing to take in this information and work with it?
All right, Mrs. Victoria, let me pause you there. We'll be coming back to talk about even some of the spiritual angle and also some of the modern trends, and also what our parents were able to endure marriage for 60, 70 years. We'll come back to that conversation. But I understand that we have Bashir right now joining us from Azerbaijan. Good morning, Bashir. Good morning, Bashir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So, Bashir, quickly bring us up to speed. What's going on in Azerbaijan this morning?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon. Sorry for having me late a bit late because of some network issues. So thank you very much. As you all know, I'm here attending the COP29, which is the Conference of Parties. This COP29 has been happening for over 29 years, in the 29th edition. So last year it happened in Dubai, and now it's currently happening in Baku, Azerbaijan. And the main aim of the conference is to see parties, countries come together to see how they can negotiate ways that they can mitigate climate change and come out with solutions, most especially in terms of funding and other aspects to see that they mitigate the impact of climate change across the world. And also to see that they reduce the emission level to 1.5 so, and ever since this conference started last week, since 11th of November, and it has been going on. This is the second week. It's going to end by the end of this week. And first, I will tell you that this conference is going smoothly, and the government of Azerbaijan really cried in terms of organization, and I will have to give them the applause for the organization and the proper planning of this event. Yesterday, we had the Women Capital Youth Day, which is all about promoting human capital and also promoting youth development in terms of mitigating climate change and other aspects. While today it's all about water and agriculture and the early morning. And it's currently going, and I'm telling you that negotiations are going, negotiations are underway, and people are really participating and engaging. What I would like to add is that this year we have more than 72,000 participants that are participating in this COP. So I'm telling you, this is a big event, and people are really here to see that we make impact and to see that our voices are heard.
All right, Bashir, thank you so much for that feedback. A lot of persons will say that Nigerian delegates in Baku, in Azerbaijan, even just listening to other people, while it's just few Nigerians that are actually making the impact by trying to get people to vote and get voting support for Nigerian. How correct is this narrative?
To be honest, Mr. Godwin, when it comes to delegation and participation, we have three categories of participation. Number one, we have the parties, who are delegates that are under the government, delegation. The second one, we have the UN delegation, who are delegates under UN organization. And the third one, we have the observers delegate. The observers, those are NGOs, accredited NGOs by the United Nations that go there to observe and also to see how they can monitor what's going on. So I'm telling when it comes to negotiation and encouraging people to vote, I think everyone has his role to play, but that is mainly for parties, which is for countries, which is for delegates of countries. Those are the people that mostly are present at the negotiation table, and those are the people that make impact. But those delegates, observers can also connect with the countries delegate to see how they can push for an agenda. And I'm telling you, it's going on because I've been seeing a lot of connections and a lot of participations among the observers and the party nation. So I'm telling you, by God grace, there are some agendas that are currently on ground when it comes to this. And I'm telling you that we have various ways we are looking for. Currently in Nigeria, we are looking we are looking to see how we can shape in various aspects like what we call the loss and damages funding. There's a funding that's under this conference, which normally goes to developing nations that are having issues in terms of climate change. For example, Nigeria, we recently have been having devastating issues in terms of floods and other all over the country. So what we need to do is to see how we can negotiate and to see how Nigeria can get those loss and damages funded. And there's also carbon market and promotion of gas transmission. Well, so these are aspects that we can chip in to see that we negotiate and to see that Nigeria gets a slice of the pie when it comes to implementation of this. So, and I am telling you that the participation is going on, and I know people that are already participating, and we are all doing our best to see that we help in the implementation. So, considering the number of delegates and participants we have in Nigeria, I'm telling you that we have a lot of delegates in Nigeria. So, looking at the number, I'm telling you that definitely we are doing, even if one person is not doing, the other is doing, so we are doing, and I'm seeing that because once you go to the table, you will see all the activities that are going on. So all we need is that we don't need Nigerians to be little patient till the end of the week to see how the outcome is going to be. Thank you.
All right, so at this point in time, let's look at the generality of the conference as it's going on in Azerbaijan, called 29 as it were. Is there hope for Nigeria at this point in time, knowing full well that Nigeria also is part of those African countries that's agitating for funding for ecological systems? Is there hope for Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm telling you that there's hope. That's why I mentioned the loss and damages fund. These are funds that are dedicated to countries that are facing critical climate change issues. So I'm telling you that over there in Nigeria, we have been facing that. So these are things that we, the delegates of Nigeria, are focusing on to see how we can get a slice of the pie and to see how we can chip in on the part of this. So I'm telling you that the hope when it comes to that, and there are many initiatives. This conference of party has a lot of initiatives that each day is being discussed, each day is being negotiated. So I'm telling you that.
All right, Bashir, I want to say thank you so much for finding time to be with us this morning, even on signature morning. Now, we'll keep in touch to know what's going on in Azerbaijan so we can also be able to get more response from you in Azerbaijan. Please do keep your lines open for us when we call back. Thank you so much, Bashir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. Now, let's come back again to Mrs. Victoria here in the studio. We're talking about marriage and relationship. Before we move to Bashir there in Azerbaijan to talk to us about Core 29. Now, Mrs. Chiria, most of our fathers were able to a very large
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. The headlines. President Bola Tinubu writes to the National Assembly seeking approval for 1.77 trillion naira fresh external borrowing plan. Tinubu sends names of 3 resident electoral commissioners to Senate for approval. Gazans scramble to receive food days after food aid trucks were looted. The police in Georgia break up opposition protests over election results. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has written to the National Assembly seeking approval of a fresh 1.76 trillion naira as new external borrowing plan in 2024 Appropriation Act. If approved, the loan will be used to part finance the budget deficit of 9.7 trillion naira for the 2024 budget. The President's request was read by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, during plenary on Tuesday.
I write to request for a resolution of the National Assembly to raise the sum of 1,767,610,321,779 naira, equivalent of 2,209,512,902 at the budget exchange rate of USD 1 to 800 naira, provided as new external borrowing in the 2024 Appropriation Act to part finance the budget deficit of 9.179 trillion in the 2024 budget. Implementation of the new external borrowing in the 2024 Appropriation Act. The Right Honorable Speaker may wish to recall that the 2024 Appropriation Act approved the sum of 7,828,529,477,860 naira as new borrowings to part finance the 2024 budget deficit of 9.179 trillion naira. The total new borrowing of 7.828 trillion was further subdivided into new domestic borrowing of 6.061 trillion naira and new external borrowing of 1.76 trillion naira.
The President has also forwarded the medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper 2025 to 2027 to the legislature and the National Social Investment Program Establishment Amendment Bill to make the social register the primary tool for the implementation of federal government social welfare programs.
The House is hereby invited to note that as the 2025 budget of the federal government will be prepared based on the parameters and fiscal assumptions of the approved 2025 to 2027, it is imperative to seek the National Assembly's expeditious legislative action on this submission. While I trust that the House of Representatives will consider this submission expeditiously, please accept, Right Honorable Speaker, the assurances of my highest regard.
The Central Bank of Nigeria recently disclosed that the federal government spent 3.58 billion naira in servicing the country's foreign debt in the first 9 months of 2024. The trend in international debt servicing by the CBN highlights the rising cost of debt obligations by Nigeria. President Bola Tinubu has forwarded the names of 3 residential electoral commissioners to the Senate for approval. The correspondence was read by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, during plenary on Tuesday. The request was subsequently referred to the Committee on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to report back as soon as possible. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, stated that the House would consider the tax reform bill presented to the National Assembly by the executive arm of government in the best interests of Nigerians. The Speaker made this known at an interactive session on the tax reform bills organized by the House, which drew relevant stakeholders from the public and private sectors.
Some stakeholders present were the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, the Director General of the Budget Office, Tanimu Yakubu, and a host of others. Speaker Abba stated that the controversies surrounding the bills are a reflection of their importance and that such debates are healthy and necessary in a democracy. He added that the session was to channel those discussions into productive outcomes, stressing that it is critical that the House listens to diverse perspectives, asking probing questions, and seeks clarity on any unclear provisions. Speaker Abbas noted that the purpose of the session was to provide members of the House with a comprehensive understanding of the proposed bills and deepen their appreciation of the provisions, commence constructive dialogue on contentions or controversial areas.
The focus on marine intervention is firmly rooted in the legislative agenda of the 10th House of Representatives, particularly in our goals of economic diversification and agricultural development. Central to these goals is the exploration and sustainable development of the blue economy. This aligns closely with our commitment to addressing climate change and promoting environmental sustainability. Among other efforts, this includes engaging stakeholders to review the National Oceans Policy, which emphasizes the sustainable management and conservation of Nigeria's marine and coastal resources. This hearing, however, centers specifically on maritime security, an essential pillar for harnessing the full potential of Nigeria's maritime sector.
Speaking on the bill, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, stated that the tax reform bills are not aimed at targeting or undermining any region, but aimed at enhancing efficiency and increased revenue for states based on consumption patterns. Oyedele explained that under the current Value-Added Tax Act, revenue is allocated 15% to the federal government, 50% to states and FCT, and 35% to local governments. He assured stakeholders that the proposals are designed to benefit all regions equitably. The bills transmitted by President Bola Tinubu in September include the Nigerian Tax Bill 2024, the Tax Administration Bill, the Nigeria Revenue Service Establishment Bill, and the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill. Meanwhile, the chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Navy, Yusuf Gadi, says Nigeria needs to have a marine corps due to its vast maritime resources and the increasing threats to maritime security. The lawmaker said establishing the Nigerian Marine Corps is a strategic initiative to enhance the country's maritime prowess, protect the waters, and foster a secure environment for trade and economic growth. Gadi spoke at the public hearing by the Committee on the Nigerian Marine Corps Bill at the National Assembly Complex. He said the bill represents a proactive step towards safeguarding national interests and ensuring the safety of the coastal and marine environments.
Establishing the Nigerian Maritime Corps is not merely a legislative effort, but it should be a strategic initiative based on the idea of the sponsor of the bill to enhance maritime prowess, protect our waters, and foster a secured environment for trade and economic growth. Given Nigerian vast maritime resources and the increasing threat, again according to the sponsor of the bill, to maritime security, this bill represents a proactive step towards safeguarding our national interest and ensuring the safety of the coastal and maritime environment.
However, stakeholders at the hearing kicked against the bill. In the separate submissions, the Chief of Training and Operations of Nigerian Navy, Rear Admiral Olusegun Ferreira, the Coordinator NIMASA Abuja Zonal Office, Mrs. Moji Jimo, and Director Legal Services Nigerian Shippers Council, Mr. Bala Saleh, underscored the need to strengthen the already existing agencies rather than creating new ones which would pose more security threats to the nation.
This venture, and with due respect, perhaps misadventure, is a recipe for confusion. Most importantly, what threat analysis was carried out, like somebody said? What does this corps intend to do differently? And like many others have said, why not strengthen already existing agencies, already existing services to do their work? Nigeria used to be a high-risk area in terms of piracy, but with our efforts, Nigeria was removed from the list of piracy-prone countries as far back as 2022. All of these add up to the commercial and economic prosperity of this country. We're talking of investor confidence, we're talking of insurance premiums and all of that. They all have a direct linkage to the economic prosperity of this country.
The enforcement of all relevant federal laws within the maritime zones of Nigeria falls under the jurisdiction of the Nigerian Navy as provided in Section 1, subsection 4A of the Armed Forces Act 2004. It is therefore curious that the Nigeria Maritime Corps Bill 2024 provides that Marine Corps should enforce or provide assistance in the enforcement of all relevant federal laws within the maritime zones of Nigeria that fall under the jurisdiction of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Adjourning the hearing, Gadi assured Nigerians that due diligence would be done in carrying out legislative actions on the bill.
In ENUGU East, access to quality healthcare remains a luxury that many cannot afford. Today, a glimmer of hope emerged as Professor Paul Nnamchi, member representing ENUGU East Isuzu Federal Constituency, and a dedicated team of medical professionals extended much-needed relief to the constituency. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission says it is the responsibility of electricity distribution companies to replace faulty meters free of charge. Commission in a public notice that it is aware that some discos have instructed customers to apply and pay for the replacement of faulty and obsolete meters within their franchise areas, which it says contravenes the Commission's order on the structured replacement of faulty and obsolete end-use customer meters in the Nigerian electricity supply industry. The order, it explains, states that no customer with a meter should be forcefully migrated to estimated billing, since it is the responsibility of a disco to replace faulty and obsolete meters free of charge, provided that the fault was not caused by the customer. The Commissioner restates its commitment to protect customers' interests and rights by ensuring compliance with established regulatory standards and enforcing regulatory penalties for non-compliance by its licensees. This follows the recent directive of the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, to Ikeja and Eko electricity distribution companies to immediately cease all activities related to the planned replacement of Unistar meters that may be flouted. Commissioner stated that Ikeja and Eko discos cannot proceed with the withdrawal or replacement of the Unistar meters unless they fully complied with next order on structured replacement of faulty and obsolete end-user customer meters in the Nigerian electricity supply industry. We go back to that story concerning ENUGU East, where access to quality healthcare remains a luxury that many cannot afford. Today, a glimmer of hope emerged as Professor Paul Nnamchi, member representing ENUGU East Isuzu Federal Constituency, and a dedicated team of medical professionals extended much-needed relief to the constituency. Signature TV correspondent
The medical outreach extended to them courtesy of Professor Paul Nnamchi, member representing ENUGU East and issues of federal constituency in the National Assembly, is not just an outreach, but a lifeline. The medical initiative offered essential services, including dental examination and treatment, eye examination and treatment, and issuance of free glasses where appropriate, as well as laboratory tests for malaria and typhoid and blood sugar screening. Dr. Ifeoma Naigwe, one of the medical doctors, described the outreach as a dream fulfilled.
We all yearned for this. We voted for Prof because we know that he's going to change the narrative. This is what we needed, and this is what we are seeing. Prof had done so well. For people to come out in mass, in number, within a short notice, to be able to come and benefit from what they have worked for, It's a good thing to be done. And I want all the leaders, I want all the other leaders to emulate Professor Paul Onanchi. He has done so well. If we have 5 of people like Professor Paul Onanchi in this government, things will be, better.
Participants echoed similar sentiments, acknowledging the impact of the initiative.
The doctors there are actually doing their job. So in this same vein, I want to also thank the people of ENUGU East for this maximum cooperation, the support I've been given to this honorable member. Yes, the support is what given.
Splendor Oyira, a student at the Federal University of Allied Health Sciences, Enugu, expressed her appreciation for the program.
Some of us don't have income or don't have finances to actually run some of these tests. But having it here, is reaching to variety of students, whether you are from a rich background, whether you're from a poor background, no matter the status you are, you can actually receive a free health checkup. So it's very, very convenient and comforting.
The outreach also provided medical professionals an opportunity to serve the community.
As you can look behind me, see the crowd. They are going to benefit from his goodness. I've already had at least 70 people have been seen. So I want to give out at least between 50 and 60 eyeglasses for free. And then drugs. I believe that his gesture is impactful. He should continue. He should do more. Reach out to more people.
This kind vector that our prof ensure that our people have is a good one, because it will enable some adults to check their vitals and know if they are having blood pressure, high blood pressure or not. Like now, as you can see us, if we check you and you are having high blood pressure, we direct you to the lab team. They will check your sugar level to know if you are diabetic or not. Then they will send you to the medical doctors that they will give you drugs.
For many in Enugu East, Paul Nnamchi's medical outreach is a beacon of hope, breaking barriers to access and reminding the community of the power of purposeful and people-oriented leadership. Ugonno Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
Meanwhile, the Yoda Electricity Distribution Company has announced the commencement of a deployment of 1,880 prepaid meters to Band A customers under the Meter Asset Fund scheme at no cost to the customers. Initiative targets Band A customers who ceased receiving electricity subsidies in April and aims to ensure accurate billing and improved customer satisfaction. A statement signed by the company's communications officer, Blessing Tuno, on Tuesday said the distribution process, which has received approval from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, includes 1,500 single-phase meters and 380 three-phase meters. Tuno said installation will be carried out by approved vendors from now to November 30, 2024, in line with the commitment of the company to enhance the quality of electricity and providing reliable and transparent services to all customers. Launched on June 13, 2024, the MAF project forms part of a presidential metering initiative designed to accelerate nationwide metering for electricity consumers. The Cross River State government is planning to generate about 120 megawatts from combined sources in a bid to ensure steady and reliable power supply across the state. State Commissioner for Power Eka Williams, who made the disclosure in Calabar on Tuesday, listed the sources of energy to include compressed natural gas CNG, hydro, windmill, biomass, and solar. Williams said that the state already had 2 power plants with a combined installed capacity of 49 megawatts, and that the government had concessioned one of the plants at Tinapa, which had an installed capacity of 26 megawatts. Commended the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission for allowing states to generate their own power, saying the government of Cross River is working to isolate itself from a national grid by investing more in its own power generation. Enugu State Government has officially launched the Enugu State Solar Health Project, aimed at providing reliable healthcare facilities and steady power supply. According to the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, the project would ensure that healthcare facilities have a steady power supply, preventing disruptions and saving lives. He said that beyond energy, the health facilities would also be well equipped with professional personnel.
The project underscores the critical link between access to clean energy and the health and well-being of our communities. It is a vivid reminder that the challenge we face in the healthcare and energy access are interconnected and require innovative and collaborative solutions. Enugu State has long been committed to improving healthcare outcomes and addressing energy deficits. With this Nigerian Solar for Health project, we are taking a bold leap towards ensuring the primary healthcare facilities across the state have reliable, sustainable, and uninterrupted energy supply. This initiative aligns perfectly with our administration's vision to enhance the quality of life for every citizen of Enugu State. The deployment of solar energy solutions in our healthcare facilities means that critical healthcare services will no longer be disrupted due to power outages. By leveraging renewable energy, we are reducing our carbon footprint and contributing to the global fight against climate change. This is a huge leap in our efforts to promote sustainability.
Commissioner for Health Emmanuel Obi and Executive Secretary of Enugu State Primary Health Care, Ifeinwani, highlighted the numerous benefits of a consistent power supply within the healthcare system.
Every effort that is made to ensure that these pillars of development are provided within the administrative units that are the wards